waiting on Kyle, but he won't be here for a while, so we started without him. Everybody else here?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Then let me pull up my notes. All the stuff I normally do in like the 10 minutes before that I normally didn't have because I planned badly.
Yeah.
All right. So last time, as we picked up within the domain of Veranestra and Mithrandane, Rose had a final communique from Taz stating that the armies were on the move and you guys took a long rest before find the nightmare zone. There we go. Before awakening the next day within the city, doing your morning training, having breakfast, and beginning planning for how the assault was going to unfold. In the end, you guys had opted to take Veranestra up on her option to teleport you to kind of like the edge of her territory, which would still leave you about a 2 hour or so jog/run through the forest to get to the edge of the domain. But given what you were stepping into, you felt that the conservation of magical energy was worth the extra bit of travel time. Rose, you experimented a bit with the aura sight, attempting to find that kind of empty no space, but while you could find something there, it felt like there was something missing from that as you fiddled with that. You guys opted to take advantage of Takashi's gentle rain as well as his pass without a trace. Upon approaching the edge of the encampment, hearing from Taz that the army, or you waited for probably about 45 minutes or so before hearing from Taz that the army was finally in position. And as you heard the almost bell-like roar of the copper dragon Tazmikella at the edge of the forest, about a mile or so from your current position, you cast your spells. Aerith hit you guys with a seeming to make you look like the Summer Guard, just in case you were spotted, to add another layer of deception to this whole infiltration. And then following Rose's... I know,
and then refuse to drop it.
And then following Rose's path through the encampment, through the kind of like twisting ravine-like outer woods, until they finally turned into the more like flatter forest like you see here, following this creek bed along and past a couple of troops of guards. You heard strange yelping, high-pitched noises at the edge of your periphery and could hear the conflict of both dragons at the edge of the domain. As you hastened towards the center of the camp, you approached and noticed that the obelisk that you were here to shrink and teleport away, deal with, was guarded. And that these guards seem to have some sort of ephemeral tether linking them to the obelisk in the center. You guys thought that was fine. I'm sure it's fine. And split the party. Takashi, Rose, and Ken pressing forward to go up to the obelisk to enact Operation Shrink and Port. And Oni stepped forward under the guise of a wounded Summer Eladrin, all beat up, and attempted to gain the mercy of one of the guards here, who thought that this was kind of strange, because you just approached seemingly out of nowhere, but we are in the middle of a war zone, so maybe you did fall back here. As Aerith unleashed a firebolt from kind of closer than I think he realized, the jig kind of tipped a little bit more in their favor, and they sensed something was up. As they began to investigate the strange new Eladrin that just showed up and fainted at his feet, he heard a spell cast off to his left as Ken let out his enlarge reduce spell, attempting to shrink the obelisk so that Rose could then teleport it. And as the spell cast out across the ether, it hit the stone and glanced harmlessly off it, protected by the arcane barrier that shimmered around it. And now, with your true intentions revealed, the guards defended their charge, and you guys were forced to fight them. I thought you were going to just kill them all, as you know, narratively that would have
Nah.
broken those tethers, but you opted to take a different road.
Nah. Too easy.
Go away.
Rose hit the enemy group with a mass suggestion of just leave, and about half of their
Outta
force
here.
decided to just leave, which is really, really complicated because, man, that tipped action economy in your guys' favor. Takashi absolutely obliterated the Spring Heretic that rolled really bad on his initiative, and as he lay dead on the ground, was unable to transform into a dope dragon like he wanted. The other one did, and then you kind of dealt with him. Did you polymorph him pretty much
Yeah.
immediately? I mean, he really wasn't
Pretty
missing many
much.
hit points. Yeah.
No. As soon as he wasn't able to be charmed, and then
That's
my next turn was like, no, fuck that. Get over here.
turned him into a tiny rabbit, of which there was no escape, and he tried to bite you, of which there was no prevail. As the Spring Heretic kept standing up each 6 seconds or so, following the boom of energy from the obelisk in the center, Oni positioned himself directly above that man, made sure he regretted every choice he ever made. As you cleared the riffraff from around the obelisk, unfortunately, the tethers did not seem to be limited by distance and remained intact. The barrier around the obelisk, still there, you attempted to dispel it. It took a few tries, and in the end, it took an endeavor of Rose, Aerith, Hen, Truth, and Justice, all working together in order to break the barrier of this powerful archfey around the
God, I was rolling
centerpiece of
garbage.
their domain. Yeah, but
Right.
narratively, man, it's so dope because in that last one, you endeared yourself out to Truth. Hen used Flash of Genius. Rose was. It was all so good narratively. A+. You dispelled the magical barrier, and as the barrier shattered away, Ken hit it with his enlarge reduce. It shrunk down to a more manageable size, still large, but teleportable, and Rose just
That's all that matters.
it away. It went somewhere. You're pretty sure it hit Astrazalian. That's where you were aiming. And
Right.
as it disappeared, you heard the roar, the high-pitched kind of yelping, chameleon-like yipping of Oberon in the distance as he sensed
What a weirdo.
things were not going his way. As he hastened his way back to you to see what was going on in the camp center, you heard the battle roar as the armies of the Free Fae were able to press in and move into the forest and try to fight and gain ground as opposed to just defensive fighting, which had been their primary goal up till that point. You heard Tazmikella continue to roar. And then, as Oberon showed up, Rose, you stood in the open with the blade of Zanari Nock drawn and taunted him as everyone else hid.
Yeah.
He, confused by the sight before him of this summer Eladrin wielding the blade of his beloved, kind of peered through and saw through the magic there and knew the falsehood, knew who you were. And he showed you that he knew who you were. As we leapt into yet another dragon battle, what he was unaware of is how good you guys are at fighting dragons.
Had some experience.
A little bit. Unfortunately, Rose was knocked unconscious and then had a little bit of their life drained and then rolled really bad on their death save and died in rapid succession, forcing you guys to utilize another Revivify. But as they came back to consciousness, immediately polymorphing themselves into a Tyrannosaurus Rex, now with the upper hand of the battle on your side, as the legendary resistances had finally given up and Oni's stun lock was in full effect.
Poor dragon.
Poor dragon. He had his legendary actions at least. But
Something.
as the battle raged on, these legendary actions and lair actions still proved to be trying. And as Rose went down and out, Ken, you dug deep and pulled the trigger, transforming yourself into Ascalon. As you did, you definitely drew attention to yourself, as technically, I think, I need to see something about seeming. Hold on. Were you a giant summer elf? That's what I'm curious of.
I think you can only be something within the same, like, size category.
So, would it have
I
broken
think.
the seeming then? Or would it just
Right.
be like a shimmer of Ascalon with a opaque summer elf warrior?
Let's see.
Feel like it would have broken it, but I don't know for sure.
It's just Ascalon with some legend
No.
armor.
So it you can only change the height by a foot or two, or a foot shorter or taller, but technically he would have still been this giant elf with dragon wings because you can't change the physical appearance. So as you had been making your way through, I guess it probably would have been fair to note that Ken still had a tail. Fortunately, it didn't come up because thinking about it now, he does.
I think
a
I keep
strange
forgetting he
arrangement
has a
of
tail.
limbs.
I think I would have done like a coat tail or something, just to
Something a
kinda,
little
like,
bit to just mask it, yeah.
the shape.
But as the massive form of Ascalon emerged, the summer elf with horns and wings and tail, as they ran into battle and saw this very odd sight, they at least
Like, what the
understood who
fuck?
the target should be, especially when you hit them with a one of your platinum breasts, and they
Frame one. Just
that
obliterated DBZ.
that one guy just gone. You managed to deal with the trash, the riffraff, although they did churn through quite a bit of the barrier that Ascalon provided you, Ken. And as Oni delivered the final uppercut into the jaw of the Fey dragon, knocking it unconscious, Rose, you rode the dragon down, having leapt onto its head to attempt to plea with Oberon within, and kind of rolling off onto the ground, hit the ground into a kneeling position, and as you looked up, you saw as Kenskalon kind of leaned back, sighed, as he had done that night so long ago, for you at least, and then returned to his normal form. Kind of shook free the energy and was fine. And as the battle continues to rage around you guys, because I do really want to reiterate that you are still in the middle of a war zone. The battles of all, or the armies of all four courts of the Eladrin raging around you. You have a moment where the dragon before you is unconscious. So, what you guys doing?
Okay. I'll make it quick. Just
No,
hold on.
first things first. I am making Rose drink a potion.
Potion.
You don't get a choice.
Fine.
I just creep
He's
behind
gonna,
Rose
he's gonna
and
watch
just,
you
like,
drink every drop. He'll look under your tongue, pull out your lips, make sure you're not hiding any.
Fine, but we don't have time.
drink it right now.
I'm drinking it.
Needs to know how big it is.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give them a greater.
Okay, it's 20 hit points.
I'll also
Fine.
take a greater
Happy?
myself.
Okay, so 20 hit points for you.
All right,
And then
now
Rose is gonna pull away, and I'll take the Orosite off my back, and then run over and like hop back up on Oberon's head.
Okay. And everybody also roll me a perception check.
I'm glad I double checked. I was still at advantage because we were flanking last
I
game.
know, I checked too.
I am going to give the party Takashi.
Oh, that's right.
He
Also,
is-
can you
Gonna be late.
try to? Can you restart the music again? It didn't work.
didn't work.
Right?
All right.
Still quiet.
Does anyone want to roll for Takashi other than me? Because we all know I'm cursed.
Uh-huh. Sure.
But
Hold on.
but maybe you'll have better luck since he has higher modifiers for it. You know, I'll set that curse for you.
Sure.
Fine, I'll try. Okay, never mind.
Too late. Roll the 4.
Okay. All right.
There we go.
Well, I'm thinking about it. Probably also gonna, as he's tying this guy up, gonna drink a greater because I just realized I'm also at 2 HP. Probably don't need to be that low in an active war zone.
Smart.
Maybe.
As you and Ken are the two that hear it, in the distance, probably about 200-300 feet away. Let's see. What would they shout? You hear, fall back to Lord Oberon.
Oh, that's not good.
Fuck.
Rose, speed it up. Whatever you're doing.
Yep. Just
You got another polymorph up sleeve since he's unconscious and can't fight it. Maybe turn him into a rabbit. We just run off with it now.
I mean, I do, but just I'll be quick. Just buy me a minute.
You take out the aura sight. It kind of, as you remove it from the satchel on your back and hold it in your hand, kind of hums gently. What do you do?
Grab back onto one of his horns, and then I'm going to try to pull his consciousness in with me so that we can talk.
Okay. You reach out with your charisma, your will on the universe itself. The stone resonates, and as you give it a target, a focus, there's this shimmering tether of rainbow light that snaps to your chest, and you guys see as Rose's head kind of tilts back and then rolls forward, and they're just leaning on the horn with the stone in their hand, and then out of the other end into the heart, like right between the shoulder blades of the massive dragon. Rose, you find yourself in it's kind of like the center of a massive white cloud, twisting and twirling around you. And about 15 feet from you, you see a shape laying on the ground.
Go over to
Okay.
him.
Roll me a perception check, Ken. As you walk over, you look down at a face you've seen many times. As you've warred with these motherfuckers for more than half a decade now. As I try to find, where's my Oberon token? Let me go get it from where I know it is.
I know it's in the ballroom.
Yeah,
Right,
I was
the
just right there.
gala.
Going to the ballroom right now. Kind of darker hued skin, long ears, and soft, gentle features. The normally kind eyes and joyful smile that seemed to light up any room he went into. It was frustrating because he allied himself with such a bitch, but you want to believe that in another life, maybe he wasn't such an idiot. But what you look at now is twisted. Scales grow abnormally underneath the skin and poke out with these deep red wounds that seem to drip with blackish green blood. Half a horn is growing out of one side of his forehead, and claws out of his fingers. But he is unconscious. Back in the waking world, as we have now split the party again, Ken, you kick on your boots, kind of coast up into the air. So you're in the middle of a dense forest. The trees around you, there are multiple different layers. The ones you see on the map are anywhere from 10 to 20, maybe 30 feet tall. And then above them is this massive canopy of interlocking, interwoven branches and thick oak trees that stretch up about 150 feet above you to create this upper canopy that kind of blocks out all of the light that is normally cast from the aurora. So how high are you going up?
Just under the major canopy.
Okay.
Because obviously I'm gonna be looking down mostly, not like out, but down for like looking at any possible avenues to approach for the army to roll up on us.
Okay. Let's see. You look down and through the canopies with the 15, you see 2 or 3 Summer Eladrin rushing your direction about 100 or 50 feet or so away.
Well, shit. But Duffner, what's your attack range, buddy?
Anybody
far are
else
they
doing
again?
anything?
How far up is Ken right now?
He's about 50 feet up, and
So no clear way of getting word to him without also letting them know what I'm trying to say to our boy. Got it.
Not,
All right,
not
cool.
particularly. No, he's kind of out of earshot.
How far away were they again?
Actually,
Roll me a perception check.
I'm actually.
And where are you getting to, Aerith?
going to wait
I
until
was gonna
they're
like
in.
kind of like wait below Ken's Kalon. Or no.
Well, it's just Ken.
Oh, it's just Ken, sorry.
Mhm.
Below Ken, just to like see what he sees. What do your dragon eyes see?
You said 3 Summer Legends, about 150 feet away.
Yep, that's what you
I
saw.
can try and snipe them. Attack them from afar.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, but
Could you guys try to land so we can run some interference? Because I have a plan, but I don't want to shout it and let them know that we have a plan.
I'll go to Earth. What's your plan? Why do I have an aura?
Because you had spiritual guardians up at the end.
You're trash.
I had
Spirit
spirit.
We're still seamed, right? We're still seeming like
it's
these.
still seamed. I haven't dropped that yet.
Technically,
Okay, so help me grab this guy, the one that I knocked out recently,
Okay.
and we'll go meet them and run interference. We'll limp and say
Are we
Lord
playing Get
Oberon's
Help?
got it. Yeah, we are. Well, no, the opposite actually. We're gonna reach them. We're gonna tell them that Lord Oberon has it under control and that he refuses to let this foothold go. To tell them not to fall back on that front, so that they keep fighting that other army, and we can keep willing them down, hopefully,
Okay.
and buy Rose and Ken time to do their thing.
Okay.
Okay. So the two of you kind of pick up the Spring Heretic around its shoulders, and you're rushing towards where you see them going or coming from over here.
Yeah, because you guys said it was just 3, right? Not a full army yet, just the 3.
He saw 3.
Okay, then let's air quotes rush, but we want to try to limp and look wounded and injured.
Okay.
We technically are. So.
Yeah, but we need to make it really sellable so that
and Takashi will go with them, but stay hidden in case they need him to shoot something.
Okay. Can you roll me stealth for Takashi with advantage, and can you both roll me deception with advantage?
Oh, I'm doing great for Takashi, guys. Maybe somebody else should roll.
Deception. Oh fuck.
We're all doing good. So good.
I wasted my good rolls with perception.
Yeah, right?
Okay. 14, 15. It's not bad. Not bad. All right. You guys pick him up and rush over the edge, or off the edge of the map, kind of through the thinner smattering of trees here, past these massive trunks that are 50 or 60 feet in diameter. Ken, what do you do? From your vantage point, about 50 feet up, you flew up, kind of got a look at it, looked down. Aerith ran, or flew up to you. I'll say you used your broom to keep the shouting to a minimum to maintain the ambush here. You passed on the information and saw him run down to Oni, and Oni, and Takashi are now kind of heading off in that direction. What are you doing?
I am here, keeping Overwatch and also looking back to keep an eye on Rose.
Okay. Rose. Within your kind of empty white space, you approach the transformed shape of Oberon. And as you stand over him, what are you doing?
Oberon, wake up.
Roll me a charisma check. Okay. You speak the words, but as you do, there's a hitch in your voice, a catch, and it kind of echoes out into nothingness. I'm gonna roll him a...
Doing great so far.
This is why we normally choose violence, because we get so much easier results when we just attack everything.
You know.
He doesn't seem to be stirring. The party is still rushing. You have...
Can I reach down and just slap him across the face?
Sure, roll me...
Wake up.
Oh, you know what? That'll work. You kneel down and crack him across the face, and as you shout, "Wake up!" your voice echoes in this cloudy space and kind of reverberates back on you, and his eyes snap open with greenish light. Where am I?
Listen to me. I don't have a lot of time. I don't even know if you'll listen to me anyways. But please. This is all I've got left, okay? And this is, either way, doesn't end with you winning. But I have to try. I need you to listen to me. You have to know.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
It's just, you have to know and realize that she's gone too far.
Roll me a persuasion check. 26, okay. Roll me a charisma check.
It's better.
You reach out to him, and as you kind of like crouch over him, there's this flickering around you as the space reacts to him, and he kneels like right next to you, and if still half hunched over himself, like holding his ribs, but kneeling down at that same level as you. There is no such thing, Mr. Farr.
What?
There is no such thing as too far. But his voice comes out not in the ringing kind of beautiful tone that you would remember, but more of a garbled growl.
There's always too far. No matter what you're trying to do, there's always a limit. Listen, we have a better plan, and it does involve freeing everyone, and not the way that she wants to free everybody. And we're going to do that plan. And whether you're willing or not, I'm sorry. You can't really want this. Can you?
He, bares his teeth. I will follow her to the end. She will see us through. Not just this one more time, but forever. He kind of spits a little bit of greenish black blood down onto the clouds between you.
Yeah.
What is this other plan? Why would I sacrifice her? Where are we?
Or somewhere that I could hope to talk and that hope that you would listen. And I knew you wouldn't.
Roll me a persuasion check and a charisma check.
Yeah, great. Doing awesome. Okay.
As you say that kind of resignment in your voice, there's a bit of sadness that you couldn't get through. You knew this was a long shot, and in that moment, and you feel as the clouds twist around you, surge into him, surge out, shatter everything around. Ken, roll me a perception check. Your gaze is drawn in the distance as you see as Oni and Aerith approach the three Summer Eladrin, but what you hadn't seen in the original scouting of the situation was that they were escorted by an already transformed half-dragon that was running behind them. And as the two of you approach, you see it, and he gauges the both of you, looks at the Eladrin between you. The three knights run up. What's happening? What is going on?
Lord Oberon is in turmoil. He is angry, he is raging, but he has it under control. He has actively refused to give up this foothold. He's a bit incensed, so he can't send word, but he wanted to make very sure you do not give up that line. You have to stop them from getting forward.
He kind of points over his shoulder. Can both you guys roll me perception checks, and one from Takashi as well, please?
Perception. Oh, I'm doing great, guys.
Okay. You follow where he's pointing, Oni, and kind of can see in the distance as the trees are moving and rustling, and you see as more Summer Eladrin start leaping through. The rest of the army is coming this way. We are in full retreat. The armies of the traitors have pushed us back. The dragon dealt formidable damage before it vanished. We must fall back to the center. We must fall back to Lord Oberon if he wishes to hold this position.
We will die if we do that. What he is doing is taking their lives. But if we can hold this point for just a few minutes at most, hopefully his rage will be sated, his quarry will be filled, and he can back us up. But we cannot afford to fall back right now.
Roll me another deception check at advantage. Yeah, at advantage. And there's a modification on the DC here. It's a much easier one as you hear in the distance that high-pitched roaring screech as Ken, beneath you, you look down to see as Oberon has already clawed at Rose, who is on his head. And with a 34 to hit, Rose.
God.
Yeah.
Take 19 points of slashing
Okay,
damage.
I'm fine. I did have. You guys gave me a potion, and I had temporary hit
Oh my
points.
god, you look down to see as Oberon slashes across his head, and I need everyone to be initiative.
Fuck.
Well,
It's fine. Just kill him.
Oh my god.
Hopefully that really helps drive that home for the guys. You know, he's got it under control.
Yeah.
That was definitely, it turns the DC from another 15 down to a 10, although you definitely hit that first one, as they look at you and they hear that roar in the distance and the sound of like wham, and just that initial blow and roar. They kind of give you that slow nod. Men, we stand our ground! And you see as the army kind of falls in, and a dozen, 2 dozen, 3 dozen begin to assess this situation.
Can we play Get Help now?
What are you two doing? As people are beginning to, more summer elves are running up. And Aerith, what is your spell save DC again on seeming?
My spell save DC is 21.
Okay. Let me see what
I'm
are
pretty
there.
sure.
Okay. Cool. They
Yeah,
got a +1,
investigation.
so. Yeah. Oh, it's. Oh, I thought it was insight. Okay. What's
No,
there?
it's investigation.
Okay. Cool. They actually have a higher intelligence than At least the summer ones do. So that's a 19 or a 20, as they only have a +2. So it's still not a bad gamble. You're... Oh God, where is my? There he is. Need to know. You have okay. So. Okay, and we're gonna do this. Oh, okay. As you stand there, the armies gathering around you, you hear the smash of the dragon in the distance behind. Takashi stayed about 100 feet behind you, so he is currently about 100 feet from the dragon.
Can
And
he shoot the dragon?
roll me a perception check.
Because that would work.
There's a lot of trees between you and him, but he's also got sharpshooter, and so it's can he? Okay. Roll a.
Hey, they can't say we didn't try to be polite, diplomatic. We did try talking with them.
You did.
That's all I wanted.
I know.
Wanted to try.
I'm sorry. Okay. 24. 24. He could definitely see it. So as you feel that smash behind you, Rose, the claws raking across you, knocking you down, Takashi is up first.
I'm just gonna have him one attack, one shot, shoot the dragon. Without.
You should be proud I got him that
sharpshooting.
high initiative.
Now, if you need to, you can have him bonus action steady aim to give himself that hyper advantage.
Yeah, let's
So
do
that you
that.
can-
Roll me 3 d20s. I think it's a +14. It probably won't matter. I'll know by the. Yeah.
19.
A 19 on the dial
But those
definitely hit.
double twos, Jesus.
Those double
Christ.
twos as
Oh, I need
hears
to roll better.
the roar in the distance. Let me see. This will be more entertaining. He manages to have more than 1 hit point. He did roll a natural 20 on one of his con saves. You already had him trapped at that point.
Should hopefully be able to do enough with one of his attacks. Otherwise I could do it again, but
Okay. Roll me the damage for his longbow.
Yeah, because this is he's not even here to get it, but this is going to activate his assassination thing, remember? because the dragon hasn't had a chance to go yet.
no.
So,
Oh, yeah.
So he-
That'll
It should
It-
kill him either way.
poor
he's
Kyle wasn't
watching.
even here to actually get to use the feature he always use but can't.
Rose, as the claws rake across you and send you kind of sprawling down into the wet ground, the grass, your hand still clenching onto the orosite, still thrumming with power. You look up to see as Oberon pulls himself to his full height and roars, and as he does, a gout of water about a foot long and about an inch in diameter, crackling with lightning, right through his head. And he falls dead. Can you guys roll me a stealth check for Takashi as well?
Do you want me to do it, Gina?
Sure.
Uh,
It
sure, if you want
pertains to
to.
what you're doing, so go
Right.
for it.
Stealth.
Did they see the crackling bolt of lightning?
Stealth. Oh, would he have advantage or no?
No, not
Yeah.
on this one.
No, I thought he
Whatever,
always
not-
had advantage though.
I'm...
For stealth?
Yeah. Let me see.
Also, you might want to check his sheet. One of the things he uses break stealth, was that the rain one or was that the thunder one?
That was the
The-
gentle rain.
Yeah, the gentle rain gives advantage to stealth. I don't know where I'm looking.
Not the advantage. One of them, I'm assuming it's the gentle rain because Kate said it, stops his attacks from breaking stealth.
Yeah. I don't think the thunderstorm does because it gives him the extra damage. It's in my drive. Hold on.
Yeah, and I think the boots of Elvenkind
Yeah.
give him advantage on stealth always, I think, or something like that. I know he always has stealth, but I don't know from what.
I just want them to see.
Nope.
No.
Oh yeah, they have disadvantage on finding him.
Right. He has boots and cloak of Elvenkind.
So should I just roll with advantage then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's the cloak of Elvenkind. It gives him advantage
Yeah,
on dex
that would
stealth
make
checks
sense,
to
okay.
hide and gives
That's
them
fine.
disadvantage to
The
stealth.
19 would have given me a
Hot
chance. But
Right.
as you guys stand there, you hear this bolt, crackling lightning in the distance behind you. The armies gather and begin to kind of group up. Oni, you see in the distance as a shape pushes through, two blades cutting through vines. Don't let them escape! As Thorn leads the army through the forest towards you. Back at the dragon, Rose, you hit the ground with a wet thud, and as the dragon's head falls next to you, the orosite pulses in your hand. What do you do?
They'll just silently head bowed a little bit, but just reach out and take the spring essence.
You hold crystal in one hand and reach out with the other. That same bolt of energy between yourself and the crystal, and then from the crystal you guide it into the body of the dragon. There's a moment where you feel that power in yourself, the freshness of rebirth, of love. You feel this complete and utter devotion to your people, to this place, to one person. And as you feel that, you know that you don't want that, and redirect that
Yeah.
energy
No.
into the crystal itself. Ken, as you fly in the air above, you watch as Rose picks themselves up, half kneeling in the wet grass. That lightning latches them to the orosite, and the orosite to the dragon. There's a pulse, and then this small little bit of bright green energy, like the first blade of grass in spring. And then a torrent of it as it courses along that coil and into the crystal that begins to glow a gentle, light green. And as it does, the body of the dragon petrifies. and in the position that it's in right now, completely turns to stone. In the distance, you hear the battle begin to rage. Oni, as your new friends take your unconscious friend from you and Aerith, it will take all of our efforts to withstand their armies. But for Lord Oberon, for Lady Titania, we will not let them pass. They turn and ready their swords, and as you see Thorn and the armies heading towards you, what are the two of you doing?
Oni puts a hand on Eric's shoulder and he dimension doors on both.
Hell yeah. You're just
Mission accomplished.
Yes.
You vanish. Takashi turns and for a split second is surprised as the two of you disappear in a flash of shadow. And then he sees as the Eladrin you had been talking to, his eyes go wide, right as the armies of the Centaur, the Winter Eladrin, the Autumn Eladrin, the Dryads, I'm trying to remember all the different names of all the various, all the
Everybody.
free people of the Fae leap through, and the only sight not seen here is that of Taz McKella. Turns and darts back in his extremely fast speed and manages to arrive back just moments after you guys, or after the two of you reappear back here as the dragon turns to stone, and in the distance you hear the roars of righteous combat.
Do we stay or do we go?
Are we able to get like his body out of the stone dragon, or is it just a statue now?
It is just a statue. He didn't revert to anything. That's who he is.
Kind of hope they get a new spring archfey later.
Well, we're kind of getting rid of all of that.
Yeah, he was hoping there's no more archfey later.
Right.
Okay, but everyone good? Rose, you're good.
Mm-hmm.
Define good. I'm alive.
Yeah,
I'm alive.
Yeah.
I had one of those loaded up. That's the only reason So, can't do that again this day. So let's not have to need that again.
Okay. I think Fafnir. I got Fafnir on babysitting duty. Not babysitting duty. They're on Rose's back. Okay, everyone's good. Let's just fly up and back towards our allies and give them the good news.
Well, okay. First off, still army war raging. I don't know if that's an option right now.
Do you guys have spell slots? You could definitely start raining some fireballs in there. 'Cause
I only have enough for one fireball.
me and Aerith definitely got them in a bad spot because we convinced their armies to hold fast over there because they thought Oberon was going to make it through. And right as we left, a lot of stuff started popping off, so they might not even need us, but...
You hear a voice in your mind, Rose.
Ah, shit. Okay, well... Good news, Taz is okay. Bad news, oh, she's fucking angry. At me.
She knows, doesn't she?
No, I just... Thorn did what he was supposed to.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm sure she knows it was my idea. I will answer her real quick, just... I'm
did
so
he
sorry.
bring her out?
Yeah.
Damn, Thorn. Respect, but damn.
You
That's pretty much it.
Don't let them follow me. I'm gonna make sure everyone's okay.
Uh-oh.
And then a moment or so later,
Okay, cool.
you see Thorn run into the clearing, bloodied.
Good.
One arm kind of hanging at his side,
God,
but smiling.
come
Are
here.
you all right?
Come here right
Oh
now.
my God, you're okay.
Okay,
He's gonna dart across.
we have
He's
like
going
2
to leap
seconds.
over the dragon.
We have probably 2 seconds. What do we do with this? We can't leave him here.
Why not?
Because
What?
who knows what the fuck happens if she gets his body back.
It's stone. What can she do with it?
I don't know. I'm not going to say nothing because it's an archfey.
Well, we've extracted the spring essence, so
I know, but I promised to bring them back afterwards too. The real them.
we don't really have time for that.
I mean, can you do your enlarge reduce thing and we just get it out again? Can we just send it somewhere? If it's just stone, his essence is gone. We can. If
Since we
Rose is
don't know-
determined, we can try.
And we don't know what all they did to him in the first place to make him turn into this, so
I don't know, but I owe it to him to fix it. Or try.
no,
Don't we?
you don't.
Why not?
They made their choice to do this. Sometimes we can't fix that.
Oberon made his choice to do this, but whoever he was before Oberon, he didn't choose that.
I mean, kind of did, Rose. He chose to become Oberon,
He
knowing
chose
what was
that
going to
part,
become
but
of him. But I understand, and I'm kind of levels himself. How long do you need? We can buy you the time.
We don't even know how to move this thing.
I'm gonna shoot level 1 cure rooms to Thorn.
I'll give him a level
to
2.
do what I want. While you guys do that, just to do what I want, Thorn, it takes too long.
Whoopsie.
It takes an hour. I don't think we have an hour.
No, we don't.
I could, if you can break part of him off, we could do that.
Great.
Alright, Shatter?
Thank you, guys. All right. How about 5 minutes? I could probably buy you about 5 minutes for sure, and then I'll be back. Okay?
Don't
I'm not
don't
gonna die.
leave.
Oh. Well, I was gonna do that.
Yeah, I know. And not alone. Look, okay.
Okay,
Just-
piece of them, right? Bet.
Yeah.
I'ma just punch a piece off.
And runs up. Thunder gauntlets. Roll me the damage on those.
Hit hog. Oh, that works out. Didn't have the +1. Thunder gauntlets.
Okay. The cacophonous through it as you slam your fist into the side of its chest. The front of it cracks apart and shatters away. And within, you see a humanoid body encased in the stone.
Okay.
Well,
Perfect. Grab him.
That's new.
oh, okay.
I'm
Grab him.
sorry.
Time
Just
to say get help. Let's get help.
Alright, grabbing the body.
Okay, right now you can see its face. You'd have to spend
Oh.
some time smashing it up in
Okay,
order to
well-
truly dig it out.
Can I
Okay,
help with booming blade?
It would shorten the time, yeah.
I'll help with booming blade.
On it'll help too.
All right, as everybody
Take
kind of
it.
falls in. Oh, I thought I heard Earth say something else as I was starting to narrate.
Nah.
As everybody falls in, Rose, you kind of step back. Thorn puts his arm around you. I think Taz is mad at me.
Oh, she's mad at both of us. It's okay.
It was
It's- She can be mad at me. Just don't worry about it.
kind of nods, and as you guys watch the booming blades and thunderous blows of your companions as they carve away the chest of the dragon until finally the summer elf, or not summer elf, spring elf body limply just falls out.
Can I make a quick medicine check to see if he still has a pulse?
Sure, make me a medicine check. He very much does not have a pulse.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Well, he has
Don't
a
need him
body.
alive.
Okay.
I don't need him alive. Pick him up.
Fair enough.
Or, oh, Aerith picks him up, or Ken picks him up, I guess.
I got it.
You scoop him up.
That, and then I'm going to before we leave, I'm going to send a sending to Thorn. Who's next in line after? You're coming with us. I'm sorry.
Roll me a persuasion check at advantage because it's Thorn.
Persuasion.
Trying to find his name in my notes again. It was the captain that ended up surviving the initial assault.
But I'll send him a sending and tell him to keep at them as long as you can, and if it looks like it's going the wrong way, then retreat back to Sarno.
All right. Okay. You give Thorn the look, and he kind of he gives you a look back and then nods and flips both of his blades and sheaths them both at his waist. Puts a hand on your shoulder. You send out your sending. Understood, Seeker of Summer. We will push the enemy back until they are felled, or fall back if necessary, but the day seems to be ours.
Alright. Before we leave, anything you want to do? Any way to let them know that Oberon's gone? I don't know. Weaken the morale. I'm running out of ideas and brain power, and
I mean, you got a
nerves.
decapitation sword. The statue's head off. Have Ken pull into easy.
All right.
If anything's gonna weaken their morale, it's severed head turned to stone of their dragon guy. You know.
Sounds good to me. I'll pull Zen.
Paladin, well fought. Let us send a message.
Yeah, do what you do best,
You
and I'll strike it.
lash out at the stone form, and as you do, the blade hums with determination, and a blade of energy seems to manifest itself to stretch far enough to reach through the full neck of the statue. But as you upward slash, the head falls limp and rolls onto its side right next to where Oberon had fallen. I'll just put an X on here to make you guys feel better, because I can see his empty hit points, but that sends a message.
Right. And speaking of, send the message.
All right, you send your message.
Whatever you were going to do to what you said to do, do it.
Just do it.
Excuse me.
Okay.
What was that again? I'm sorry.
Send that decapitated head into the middle of their armor. Chuck
Oh, catapult it.
it. Hell yeah.
All right.
Absolutely.
Make sure you take some of them out.
All right. All right.
Kill a couple as a treat.
All right. I will say it weighs a little bit more than 5 pounds, so there's not a lot of aim here. Narratively speaking,
It's fine.
you reach out, and as you do, your armor still thrumming with energy from the draconic battle that it had just endured and that you had successfully navigated, once again, by taking very little damage thanks to your armor systems. Still shining, pristine, you reach out and feel that deep well of power, justice, deep within your psyche, kind of agreement. You cast the spell, and as you do, it seems to almost enhance itself, building with this platinum energy that coalesces around and then into the air. And you don't have a lot of aim, but you hear it slam into the ground about 300 or so feet away, and the cries of the Eladrin you hit.
Yep. All right.
Okay.
That'll do it.
That sends a message. I hope those weren't our guys.
I'm sure it's fine. And then all I have is I'm gonna use my scroll of teleportation
Okay.
to send us back to Veranestras.
You kind of reach down to that little satchel of scrolls that you have, those tiny little arcane enchantments, and you cast the spell from that, focusing on Veranestras. Roll me a d100.
Turn blue.
Okay.
Oh.
That's good enough.
Well,
Should
we're
be.
not doing
Pretty.
that yet, Aurora. Hold
Not
on.
yet.
First things first.
That
Let's
should
see.
be good enough. We're pretty
Yeah.
familiar
You've-
with it
you've-
at this point.
You've at least seen casually, if it's been more than
We've
viewed
been there
once.
quite a few
So,
times.
as you cast out the spell, you each feel the magic kind of wrap around you, and then that deep sucking feeling in your stomach as you are compressed into a point of nothingness and then re-emerged at the place Rose desires. Let's see, is there any bit of... Nope, it's just on target. You appear holding the dead body of Oberon in your arms on the terrace of Lady Veranestra's estate in Ithrindain.
As soon as we
Hold
hit
on a second.
Rose's knees just like kind of buckle out and they just sit down.
Okay. I also need to roll a...
We get in fireball, we all die but Ken.
Yeah. She might survive too.
Yeah, he's got 60, it looks like. He's
Right.
alright.
You could take one fireball as a treat.
Stays in the back line and only runs into melee range a few times, so I have to hit him when I can. Alright, come on, Wikidot.
If you look it up in the compendium here, it's the second one.
What do you mean?
For Wild Magic.
The magic table. Yeah, it's the one that
Yeah.
says Player's Handbook.
Yeah. That has the full list.
Okay. As you all emerge on the terrace of Lady Veranestra's estate, she's sitting in her kind of in her bench, staring back over her shoulder out over the autumn lands behind her. You are kind of booped into existence, and that kind of sweet smell of, like, not acrid mildew leaf, but like fallen leaves and pumpkins. That smell of autumn fills the air. Rose thumps down to the ground. Veranestra stands up, kind of quickly and in shock at the sudden arrival of so many people, and sets down the tea that she was drinking and rushes over to you. Go back. Oh, okay. It seems to have She
Oh.
hurries up around. As Rose opens their mouth and attempts to speak, pink bubbles float out,
Oh, good.
Ha!
and you cannot speak for the next minute as you have soap mouth.
they just stop for a
That's a
second.
thing? Soap mouth?
So number 50, you can't speak for the next minute. When you try, pink bubbles float out of your mouth.
Awesome. Just stop, blink, and then just puts their head in their hands.
She looks down at you and looks over at Ken holding Oberon, and she kind of like narrows her eyes. What happened? Did it work?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
Hold on, I changed the background music to my.
I think it's because I've never been as zoomed in as I am. Her token looks ominous, bro. I feel like she's about to betray us. Holy,
She
dude.
would never.
I loved her character art. I loved all of the Archface character arts. They were all so good. You say this, and she nods and kind of steps forward and puts one hand on Oberon's forehead and narrows her eyes. I do not sense the spring powers within him. I sense no life at all. Looks past you at Rose. What happened?
They just raise one hand and kind of like wave it a little bit.
Hey, you all look like you in the air. Join me. She kind of like whistles shrilly. She does that like puts her tongue on top of the roof of her mouth and does it without using her fingers at all, and lets out this really high-pitched shrill whistle, and an Automaladrin runs out, like not one of the guards, but like a younger girl, like early. I was gonna say early 20s. She looks like she's in her early 20s. She's probably 300 or 400 years old because, Eladrin. But she runs out and seeing all of you kind of like takes a step back and then blinks, and Vernestra gives a nod and goes, would you mind bringing tea for our guests and making sure that the guest rooms are prepared again for the night? I have a feeling they will need to recover themselves. Please, join me. She's gonna go back to her seat.
Rose, did you message Tab?
Did I message who? I can't say anything.
For Baldur's Gate
Ca-
3, you know?
I mean, I
That's my
answered her
call.
back when she messaged, but all I kind of said was sorry.
Oh, I didn't know if that was an actual
Yeah,
message back.
the-
Roll me a d20.
that was.
We have to see if it gets through.
That's true. That's hopefully, because otherwise, okay.
Okay. Missed opportunities.
Right.
No response. Past things we
Forgot.
died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Well, I mean, sorry doesn't.
Yeah. Pretty much all they said was, "I'm so sorry," and so that's not a really good answer
Oh, no.
necessarily.
Are you trying to piss her off? Like, what are you doing?
He's already mad.
I need to see.
I'm
'cause
so
it's a
tired.
third level spell, right?
Yes.
I kind of went through and mathed out and did the dice on how much she spent during her,
Siege.
Yeah, oh, she only had 1/3 level left.
Oh, I'm in so much trouble.
And okay, actually, this is going to be really funny. As you kind of lay here with your head in your hands, I need to roll a d20.
Was it Rose rolling the d20?
No, I needed to.
Oh.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought you were gonna. I think somebody else is messaging me.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right, yeah, that's more than enough. You hear as a voice you haven't heard in a long, long time rings in your head. Someone you had sought out aid from when Kenskalon blew himself to smithereens.
Okay.
Priestess,
Yeah, I
the
got
god of death, Null,
you.
Arturia. You hear her voice cold and, well, not cold, but mechanical in your
That'd be
head.
fair.
And as you said that, Aerith, you see as Rose kind of just buries their hands more. What are the rest of you doing? What are you doing with Oberon, Ken?
Or I guess I'll find somewhere to lay him down, like comfortably.
Okay.
I guess.
I guess.
I mean, he's dead, so I guess comfortably wouldn't
Whatever.
really be an apt word. But I'll like lay him down somewhere with like respect.
You head over here to these kind of benches that are set up near this cooking pit on the, I'm going to call it eastern side because I'm tired of not using cardinal directions here. Rest him down. The body is light and thin. It just sort of flops there as you pull your arms out from underneath and look down at him as he ragdolls a little bit. What do you do after that?
Give him like one more passing look, and then I'll look over to Rose. And
You hear as Rose says, "Talk later," and everything up until that point was just bubbles. Your sending got through because it's the
Okay.
magic of the moment. It's the intention
Right.
of what you're saying, but everyone else just heard bubbles.
Okay.
guess I'll come back around and grab a seat with Miss Veranestra.
Orn comes over to your side, Rose, and just kind of puts a hand on your shoulder and smiles, and you see he's missing one of his teeth. And then he remembers he's a changeling, and a tooth
Alright, you
comes
just bring back.
grows out.
They'll give him a tired and kind of wry smile. And still hasn't gathered enough energy to get back up yet.
That's fair. I'm gonna have Takashi head over and sit with
I think
the crew.
Kyle just joined us, so.
Yeah, I think he
did.
came in.
did, huh?
I'm
Well,
also
let me-
So what
very
would you like to
confused as to what happened?
Well, some unfortunate news, Kyle.
Oh no, did I die?
No,
This
it's
is good,
unfortunate
news.
because we got to use your assassinate ability
No.
Without
on
the
Oberon.
dragon.
You got to kill. Takashi did get to kill Oberon because the negotiations broke down, but
Yeah.
you got to go before Oberon, so we got to do the assassinate.
Man, I got you
Man,
the top initiative.
I
Right.
appreciate it though. Man,
Congratulations, you earned this.
You can see it in the video once we're done.
You assassinated the dragon.
Right?
I'll
Good
take
job.
it.
But yeah,
we
surprisingly,
did win.
everything went good. Yeah,
Not too bad.
we ran a lot of subterfuge, a lot of interference. We got them to wait and let the other armies catch up and jump them. So there's that.
Right? Oberon
We
didn't
tried.
listen, but big surprise.
Yep,
Mhm.
Rose tried, didn't just kill him. They did go in and try to talk to him. So it's a win all around.
They
Or
even took
is
a claw
it-
attack
Yeah, almost died again. It's fine.
Yep.
I don't know.
in an effort. And then as the armies of the winter and fall courts marched in and charged in, following up behind the summer and spring Eladrin that had been in full retreat, and then were convinced by Oni and Aerith, two of your least charismatic of the party, doing a real good job of seeming putting in some work.
Right?
Convinced them to stand their ground there, and as the two armies clashed in that final confrontation, they both just dimension doored away.
And then we catapulted, or Oberon turned to stone, and we dug out the elf from in the middle of that, and then we cut off the
He's still dead.
petrified dragon's head and catapulted it into the middle of the battlefield to send a message.
Fun.
Not into both armies into the summer one.
Hopefully not.
Why-
We didn't have
why-
full control.
Yeah, we kind of winged it a little bit.
You ever see what happens when you mix red water and blue water together? It kind of just makes purple water. But yeah, Rose used a emergency teleport they still had on hand as a scroll that I think you guys had since
I've had
before
that
you knew
so
teleport.
long.
And you guys reemerged here. Verinestra has brought you tea to be served by one of the Autumn Eladrin and is very curious as to
Very
what
confused.
happened.
Yeah.
Because this
I
was
had
the
to
safe
speak
spot
in
you came back to.
bubbles.
Mhm.
I had to speak in bubbles for a minute. It was great.
Oh, I was wondering why you were doing bubbles.
Yeah. Wild magic.
Wild
Yeah.
magic. Taz got banished by Thorn.
Yeah. She's not happy.
So that's pretty much all you've missed. Right now, everyone's
Is she
just kind of-
permanently banished back into the material, or she came
Yeah.
back?
Unless she comes back, I
He
guess,
did- he didn't-
again.
He knew 100%. I do not drop concentration on this. I do not drop concentration on this. He kept it. He basically like fell
Why
back.
did he banish?
He was
Because she
given
was almost dead.
wrecked
his-
ass.
His orders were to get her out of there if she was getting in a bad place.
Gotcha.
They can tell you what happened. They haven't told you what happened on the front line yet. Right now, Thor's just kind of like got his hand resting on Rose's back, is just kind of rubbing it gently and smiling like, "Hey, we did it! Yay!"
They'll look up at Thorn and I only died a little bit.
Roll me persuasion. As he kind of narrows his eyes at you and is going to try to insight check you. He actually rolled really well. What is his insight? Okay, does he have... Oh, he does! So that's what, minimum 26?
Yep.
He kind of narrows his eyes. Wait, you're not fucking with me. You died?
A little bit. I got better.
They walked
Okay.
it off.
Okay, alright. Well, man, I'm glad you gave me this. And he kind of just clenches his fist. Because if I'd lost both of you, I'm pretty sure I would have just ended back in the Three Sorrows. As I would have gone insane.
That's fair. I feel that. Probably me too. But thank you for doing it, even though she's gonna kill us later.
Yeah. But she's
Oh,
allowed to kill
she's-
us.
She's so mad.
And you should have seen her. She was... I think righteous is the right word I would use. It was a thing of beauty.
With the fury part.
She wasn't really even that furious. It was just righteous.
Well, I'm sorry I missed it then, because that sounds awesome.
How did kind of like looks you guys all up and down, looks at Oni and Aerith as you guys kind of like wince and sip on your tea. Looks at Ken, who seems fine. Looks at Takashi, who's got some like light damage to his robes where he was clawed along the back from the tax of opportunity. Nods. I have to hear how yours went. You gotta fill me in.
Help me up.
Yeah, help you to your feet and kind of lead you down here to sit
Might
around the
as well.
table.
Talk to both of you at the same time instead of telling the
Yes.
story multiple times.
Please, I am curious and I am fascinated by that which you hold in your hand. That seems...
I mean, it worked. I think.
You kind of twist your hand and look at it again. First time in a couple moments from then, and you can see as this like greenish, light green, bright light seems to twist and twirl in the center of it. And as you look into it, you could swear you can see little flower petals drifting.
Oh, yeah, it works.
This is incredible. Please, she kind of motions to Takashi. Please join us. It would be rude to not invite you to sit around our table. The autumn elf who's been serving tea gives you like a shy nod and sets the tea down in front of you and backs up right to here, looks across the way, and Veranestra goes, "That will be all, my dear. We are going to be discussing some sensitive business, so I will whistle if there is anything else we need." She gives a demure little nod, scurries out and back into the house. So,
First, Aerith, do you have any magic left?
I've got a few first, second, and 1/3.
What level is the what I don't remember the name of the spell, the no scry barrier.
Oh,
the Amid's tiny hut? Or no,
No.
that's
Private Sanctum.
yes.
Yeah. Can you do that or no?
No. I
No.
would need to wait an hour to bring it back.
Okay.
So should we just sit here for an hour? Unless, it's too important. It's up to you. I won't blame
I
you.
am dying of anticipation, but if what is another hour? I did not expect to see you at least until tomorrow, or maybe a little bit longer, not 4 hours.
I mean, I can't imagine what we're gonna tell her is. I mean, I'm assuming Titania already knows that Oberon is. So.
Sure. That's why I kind of fear that she may be looking for him. I don't know. Do you think it matters at this point?
I don't think so, but
If she does know where we are, Veranestra, is
She would
this
not attack me here.
okay?
You
You
are
sure of
safe.
that?
Were she to wage war on my soil would wage war on her. She will not attack us here.
That would
not to
be
mention
really.
her army is already kind of.
That's fair.
Occupied. That is, at least I'm hoping so.
Right. But okay, so that would be really awesome to see. So that's unfortunate almost, but okay. And then Rose will just lean forward and tell her what happened.
As you share the story of the conflict, sips the tea. It doesn't take nearly as long as you expect, and as you tell it, you realize that from the
That's
moment the
kinda-
battle started to the moment you left, only about 25, maybe 30 minutes passed.
Right.
You charged.
We were walking for longer than that.
Yeah, it was mostly infiltrating, getting past the guards. Once you had shifted from gentle rain to thunderstorm, both narratively and mechanically, things got a lot faster.
Right.
As you tell the story, Thorn nods. That's more or less what we saw from our end too. Kind of just looks at you, if you don't mind.
Please.
We set out. Oh God, I think I've been up for about 30 hours now. Thank God for that resilience. Woo! I need to sleep though. Oh. Anyway,
Same.
we set out on our march. Double timed it to get there in time. And as soon as we got within range of that barrier, we could feel it, like an ominous cloud rolling in, like pressure in the distance. And sent you the message. Taz changed her form, and then, man, did she make a show. She made as much noise and fury and, well, not fury, but just cacophony. And I think it might have got a little bit more of their attention than we were planning. They definitely thought you were going to be with us. They
Right. Well, that's good.
they attacked us. Within moments of us starting our little show of clashing our shields and trying to draw their attention, they left the barrier, which we weren't expecting, and we found ourselves embroiled in combat pretty early. The dragon then joined in and also left. He was looking for you and Ken. Really
Yeah.
looking
He found us.
for both of you. I think he thought you were going to be with me and Taz. So that definitely sounds like it helped you.
Yeah.
She did her best, and I mean, I fought right there with her. I was Dragon Knight. That was awesome. I got to ride a dragon in battle.
I mean, you definitely did what you needed to. Me and Aerith encountered the army, very much wanting to fight back, need support. So you did a very good job at what you did.
Yeah. Once that barrier fell, they didn't really want to, because see, like, we were holding them at bay, and then something happened. I just not quite sure, but something got the dragon's attention. He fled. Taz wanted to chase him, but I assured her, you had this.
Yeah, it was probably because we were fucking with the obelisk. It was a
Probably.
little harder to dispatch than I had hoped, but we got there.
Yeah. We stayed behind. She took the front line and drew as much attention as she could and kept as many of our people safe and alive as she could. She was using that, not the normal, like, kind of acidic breath that you were, but that other one that's kind of like goopy that you've seen her use every now and then that slows him down, and that was doing wonders, especially once the weather changed. He points over at Takashi. That really shifted the tide. Without the dragon, and especially without that barrier, they realized that they had no incumbent healing, and we had something worth fighting for on our side. We pressed them back. They fell back further. And the last thing I remember seeing were two summer elves. I swear one of them smiled at me and then disappeared. And when I came into that clearing and saw you all looking like this, because I realized that you're actually still wearing the seaming.
Yeah, because Aerith refuses to drop this, and I can't get rid of it.
Is it concentration based or
Nope.
it's
No, it just lasts for like an hour, I
No,
think.
it's 8 hours.
8, great, awesome.
If it was only an hour, it would have dropped probably
would've dropped.
sometime in the middle of the thing.
I don't know. Something in me told me that we had succeeded. And I wanted to get back to our armies just to help clean up, but by the time I pressed,
know.
I smashed through their lines and we broke them. Rose, we broke them. We did it. We took it back.
As they're reveling in that moment, I just snap my fingers and dispel the seeming.
God, thank you.
You all look.
Except for Rose. No,
Messed up.
I'm kidding.
Does it go away if I beat you to death?
No.
No. God Thank you.
Like a well-fought and well-earned victory. And I can sense that there is great power there, but it is at peace and dormant. As you've spoken, you've kind of held the Oracite in your hand, like not even really aware that you're cradling it, kind of. But the weather hasn't changed. You feel no need for the trees to bloom new leaves or for flowers to blossom. There's no whispering in your mind. There's just this kind of like gentle smell of flowers that just wafts around you every now and then. and then is overtaken by the smells of fall again. Then I must ask what our next plan will be.
I don't know. That went better, and no, it went better. It went better than I had thought that this would go. Obviously, there were a couple hiccups, but what plan doesn't have hiccups?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's wow. He turns a little and looks at Oberon. I want to bring him back, like I promised I would do for you as well. I just I can't right now. I don't have any magic left.
Kind of furrows her brow and looks past you, and then closes her eyes and nods. It is worth it to give him a chance to see what kind of Eladrin he chooses to be without the power of Oberon.
Right. Are you willing to help him if he needs it?
Roll me a persuasion check. Kind of looks past you, looks down into her tea. I believe that will depend on what type of person they prove themselves to be. But if the man that chose to become Oberon and dedicate himself to our enemy is gone, then the one that remains, I will do what I can for.
And listen, she wasn't always our enemy. When he pledged himself to her, we were all kind of on the same side.
That is fair. And a kind judgment of him and her. I'll keep it in mind.
That being said, I guess, do you want to be you before I bring him back again? Or try to? I don't know if we want this to happen with both of you at the same time. Maybe one first and then the other.
Perhaps. It would also limit my ability to help you against Titania if I am not Varanestra.
So do you
Yeah,
want
we definitely do not want to take Varanestra's power.
Right.
We go
Okay.
because we really want Tanya to get her hands on or side two other artifact power in. You know.
That's fair, yes. Okay. So then last, or second to last, I guess. If we do Bastille last.
There is a bit of beauty in winter. Ending the cycle. And Titania is our next target.
Yeah. How do we even start that?
We still got that big hedge wall to get past that's going around her entire domain. Like,
Right.
all of Astrazalian's got that protected. I mean, it sounds like from your story that you were able to send the obelisk way
I was about to
up
say,
there.
if I drop us from 2 miles above Astrazalia, we can get in.
Hell yeah, let's skydive it. I like this Mission Impossible ass like entryway. I'm down for sure.
It's definitely one way past that I didn't think about.
I
Airdrop.
was really right. I really wanted to drop the obelisk on her tower, but we could drop something on it, I guess. In theory.
So we need a big old carving of a middle finger. Drop a giant middle finger right onto her tower.
Ken has fabricate. There's tons of stone.
There we go.
Speaking of stones,
Mm-hmm.
Some diamonds.
yeah, Ken will pipe up. I was like, so during that confrontation, we had to use some very potent resources to keep the fight going. I hate to ask you
I'm
of this,
sorry.
but you wouldn't have like diamonds yay big and yay wide. He's like physically describing what like a 300 gold
Roll
diamond
me an Arcana check, Ken.
arcana.
So you've interacted with this before. The diamonds need to be of a sufficient like size and clarity, but they also need to be arcanely attuned. It's not just it's that's what gives them that extra. They have to be a specific kind of like diamond. On top of that, you look around, you haven't seen much in the way of precious gemstones here. There's been very little metal, it's mostly just wood and plant, and as you ask this of her, she kind of tilts her head. And, I have a few fey crystals, but I do not believe I have anything that would...
I reach into my bag and I pull out a diamond that's worth 500. Something like this, but less.
She takes it from your hand and kind of measures it. Nothing like this in the Feywild, I am sorry.
Okay.
I hand it over to
So
Ken.
no more dying. No more death. We've reached our limit.
That was the allotment.
Well, to be fair, the Fae can die in the Feywild. That'll be fine.
Well,
Right.
as long as we're under normal conditions, spherical cat would vacuum. That's true. We're about to step into our enemy's territory, and as with the dragon's domain, we don't know what we may be stepping into in Astrazalian. We haven't heard from any of our spies or forward scouts in days, and I highly doubt any of them are still capable of casting magic.
So how soon do we want to go after Titania?
I need at least one day to sleep.
Yeah, good night's sleep will do everybody good, I feel.
I will say
Almost says as like the seeming has dropped, but the wounds and blood still there.
Yeah, like perfectly lined up over where it was.
I will say the sooner, probably the better, because Titania's... As soon as she
I'm
learns
sure.
of Oberon's demise,
Oh, I'm sure she knows.
will...
She knows.
Well, I get that, but she's probably has to make a bunch of changed plans, and the less time she has for that, the better.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
why really one night and a little bit of a sleep probably the best we can hope for.
If you think that we're ready to go tomorrow, I'm good.
Well, I will make sure that our room's prepared here and ready for you to rest. If there's anything I can provide, please ask. I apologize, I do not have more useful objects.
You have a scroll of feather falling. So I have a feeling we're going to need it.
Featherfall, but no, not.
How long does that last? I
How long
mean,
does
if
this
you do
occur?
that and then we teleport, and it'll take us, what, 30 seconds to hit the ground?
It is not a matter of how long it lasts on you. You have to be falling in order for me to cast it.
So
I
we
would have to go with
jump
you.
as we teleport.
I have the spell in my spellbook. I just need a long
Or
rest.
Aerith has teleport. Or
But,
featherfall.
but also Rose of Thorn, you might not like it, but what if we get Taz to come back with some diamonds, a little bit of resources for us,
Yeah.
so you can get it. You can get an ear tonight,
I mean,
but
I
we
can.
have a little bit of backup
I
plan
still
in
have a
case
third
we
level. I can
die.
send her a message.
I mean, I can talk to her tonight, and it's a little bit easier than the constant back and forth of sending. I can ask. Yeah, I think she has plane shift, so she could come back.
It would
I know
also
that-
solve a bit of a problem. We could get up high, use her as a staging point, and the rest of us jump off of her.
Knowing her, she might come back anyway, so it's maybe in our best interest to.
Maybe
Yep.
mention a
game
little
plan.
bit of diamonds, just a little bit. Couple
I'll
diamonds
try.
between friends.
Just a couple.
Right,
If
I'll
if
ask.
Oberon showed us anything, it's that we might die a lot.
If they have any on the mountaintop, I will sure ask.
Or she could just port to her horde as well.
Oh, you know she gonna be mad. She had to take some of her horde and then still come back where her duo banished her from.
Yeah. I feel like we're in a lot of trouble either way, so maybe. What's one more ask, right?
It's you and
That was the we I was implying.
Thorn just has
But-
that like cartoony head nod where his head's squeaking just a little bit, like just nodding in fervent agreement.
But I also feel like she wouldn't want to not be there when we do this. She's invested just as much time as you and Thorn have into this.
Yeah. I just don't want her to die. I feel like that's not asking a lot. Right.
She
I mean,
says
her
the
and
same.
her and Thorn don't have to assault it. There's almost assuredly going to be an army that we're going to have to deal with when we figure out how to circumvent that Thorn wall, right? So they could continue to lay siege while we try to deal with Titania, and that'll be much safer than us, you know, a direct conflict with Titania, putting the two people you love the most at risk.
Guess.
How much weight can she carry? Because we could also just give her a bunch of boulders and rocks and just have
Just
it.
let her drop them.
Yeah.
I don't know. She could probably carry a handful of heavy stones, but she wouldn't be able to fly easily with, anybody on her back if she's carrying boulders.
Bunch of shit.
What if we all hop on her back before we go? Get teleported 2 miles in, and when we get up there, can cast enlarge reduce because it only lasts for like a minute, right? So gotta make it count. And then we hop off and she can start dropping boulders everywhere.
I mean, we could be like the old original World War I planes where they literally just let go of iron darts. And they just dropped iron darts out of the plane. So we could just literally have a bunch of iron darts, load her up with them, and then have Thorn on her back just tossing them.
Yeah. Just doing like bombing runs
mean,
while
yeah.
we assault the castle.
Right?
Mhm.
Hell yeah.
Out of character, what was the maximum amount of falling damage you can take again?
200
lot.
or 20d6. So at
20d6.
most, at 200 feet falling, because of, I guess it caps it there. I wanna look at this again. Because unfortunately, you all can pretty much survive that, no problem.
Yeah,
Right.
And I mean, we know
Superhero landing.
Aerith just said he's got feather fall. So those of us that can't fly have a means to not die from the drop.
Right? I just
I
have
hope she's outside so I can shoot her as we're falling.
I just have a funny idea.
Yeah, it's just says
And-
to a maximum of 20d6.
So that's what, like 100 something?
Yeah, average of 70.
Okay. I could do that,
If I take max damage, I could still survive.
right?
High level heroes.
That's frightening, actually. Yeah, if you
Yeah,
think
right?
about that.
The problem
Superhero
happens like
landing gets bad
so-
for the knees.
it's really funny because there's a scene in the first campaign of Critical Role where it's kind of become a meme where one of the characters is like, "We're practically gods," and then dives off of a 1,000-foot tall cliff, knowing that like you could survive that hit. But the difference was that Matt did describe that the cliff was kind of sloped, and so the character landed about 200 feet down and then bounced and landed another 200 feet down and bounced and just like boom.
He's like, I'm not
Was-
dealing with that
oh,
crap.
Yeah, it was like 500 damage that the character took as they tumbled down the mountain. It was
Hell
like,
yeah.
in this situation, you are free falling straight down. You hit terminal velocity. You take, like, if you hit the ground in superhero landing and take 70 points of damage, that's pretty
Oh
dope.
no.
You could at most take 120 points of damage and then stand up like, oh, that's bad for the knees.
Right.
That's what that's
I-
hero.
And I have a better idea.
Are you gonna turn into an animal as you fall?
I
Like a-
sure am.
like maybe a whale, so that you cover
Flying
a lot of
squirrel.
space when you hit the ground.
Oh,
Or, you know, my favorite.
God.
T-Rex.
Which that buffer could take all of that.
Oh no.
Didn't get to
Hey,
drop an
don't
obelisk
cry.
into her
You
tower, but
probably thought this was a possibility.
Oh no. I honestly,
drop a T-Rex.
I have to prepare for anything, so I don't prepare for anything because I never really know. I was just like, here are the problems they have. I wonder what they're going to propose as a solution.
Drop a T-Rex.
Dropping a dinosaur.
Exactly.
Got it.
Operation Dumbo Drop.
Hell yeah. Alright, well, I'm happy with that. Anything else we should prepare for?
Extra potions would be nice.
I
Good
gave
luck
you
with
what I
that.
had.
Yeah.
You may be able to find some for sale within the city, but not a lot of use for them in town, and so not a lot of people selling them. Just
and they
the
also
few
don't
that make.
sell for money.
Yeah, they don't
Right.
sell for gold.
You would have to trade promises or secrets.
Which
The
that always
truth.
goes well.
Oh yes, it does, doesn't it?
Did we get any inclination as to what is the deal with the Thorn Wall? You think maybe there's some obelisks set up or in Astrazalian that are helping maintain that we could just warp out like we did the other one?
Make an insight check.
I will as soon as roll 20 stops lagging.
Right? Gotta love Saturday. Everybody plays D&D.
Right.
Yeah, what kind of damage does Titania do? Magic type?
You have no idea.
Probably fire because she's summer.
She is a summer Eladrin.
And all of her elves do fire, but
Yeah.
I feel like that would be a good assumption, but I don't know for sure.
You also know, Rose, that she is a prodigious caster, and most of her magic, it's very similar to the way you cast. It's very controlly.
That'd be
Well,
funny
yeah.
if
do
she...
that.
Wait, she does high level casting though. Wild magic occur on her? That'd be funny.
If she casts above 7th level, in theory.
Please have her shrink
Titania
or
turns
something.
blue. The blue summer is upon us.
What if she ends up with the soap mouth and she can't use verbal components for her spell?
That would be pretty funny.
That would be
That'd be
really
hilarious.
funny, wouldn't it? That would be really bad in combat. Oh no.
God, that I didn't even think about the fact that would be so bad in combat. Uh-oh.
I thought that was just a funny one on the wild
Right?
magic table, but that's so not just funny.
That's
Think
rough.
about it, and you're not sure. The Feywild is kind of chaotic. It could be Titania's establishing her own kind of borders on her domain in the same way that you've seen Veranestra teleport armies, or it could be a obelisk type situation or something that was created to enhance that power. Until you get there and can kind of put eyes on it, you're not sure.
Don't love that for us.
Yeah. I mean, I could have if the army survives, I could have them try to check it out.
Yeah, I mean, we can always send them another message and tell them that once the camp is secured, to leave, a force behind to guard it, and then send scouts out to see what it looks like. I mean, it's not a bad idea.
And it's not too far. They could probably get there and let me know before tomorrow.
And they should be able to.
Alright. I've still got...
I feel bad for the unlucky son of a bitch that's going to have to march through the night after marching through the night, but...
I know. Hey,
Just your average day in the military.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, if we're lucky, this is the last day.
That's true.
Or second to last.
And hey, if they do this for us and succeed, then they can take a nap and we'll fight the battle.
Right?
They can get us anything that'll help. Because yeah, we can drop ourselves into Astrazalian. That's not... I mean... I have a feeling it's a problem, but it's a problem we have a solution to. We just need to make sure that we don't become overwhelmed, because we diving into the heart of our enemy.
Yeah, but I mean, it's better than coming in the long way, I guess.
I mean, worst case, we could do a funny little goose chase through the city.
Scooby-Doo it.
Yep.
Great.
Alright, well, the battle had my adrenaline pumping, and sitting
Go
here
lay
talking
down.
and drinking tea. Well, I need to go use the bathroom first, and then I'm gonna lay down.
Okay,
But,
go pee and then go lay down.
yeah, kind of like stands up and kisses you on the top of the head. If you talk to Taz tonight, please tell her I'm sorry too. Just did what I had to do.
I will. And
Thanks.
I'll be there in a minute. I
Okay.
also need to sleep.
Kind of nods across the way at Veranestra. Thank you for the accommodations tonight, ma'am, and for all your help. Hopefully tomorrow goes honestly as well as today did. She nods. Rest well, young warrior. Tomorrow will come sooner than you expect. He's going to leave, and at that moment, I also have to go pee. I'll be right back.
She's getting more and more ominous, dude.
It's fine.
I was joking at first, but
We all ready to fight Titania?
Yeah,
Feeling good?
yeah, sure.
No dying? We had
What's the
our
worst that could happen?
fun little death earlier, no more. We had our practice round.
and it's gonna be a nightmare fighting Titania. Holy shit! Man.
I'm sure it's gonna be
An arch
not
fey
great.
controller. Oh,
Yeah.
oh.
I mean, if I can get up and personal with her, I can at least counterspell, and I have Mage Slayer, so I can help try to
Keep the
stop her
concentrations
from
off.
doing annoying things. Yeah, I
Okay.
could try.
What rain do you guys want?
What reins do you have?
I mean, we're not. Yeah, I don't think we're
The spell's
really.
not gonna do too
Yeah, I was about to say I don't think we
Uh,
really need stealth for anything. Maybe the lightning
I-
one that does more damage.
So Thunderstorm will give you guys a little bit more damage. Downpour gives you guys temporary hit points, and I get an additional attack. And then
Not
Hurricane is the movement speed, where their
terrible.
movement speed's halved, but your guys's are double.
Right. Yeah, I don't think that one really matters that much either.
However, the enemies also have disadvantage on dex saving throws and ranged abilities, which could be good.
Depends on how many other people. I'm hoping it's gonna just be her and like maybe a small retinue, because her main army is out getting
Gotcha.
fucked up. But I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm fine with doing Thunderstorm. It just has one huge downside for me, and that's I cannot stealth.
Oh no.
No.
Yeah, I know.
Oh no.
So she's got a thorn
Oh,
all up around her
no.
city. And only she's probably converting her people into fodder. There's probably going to be a lot of people that are half dragons like that other dude, and stuff like that. So we may need to expect more than just a small retinue with her, unfortunately. Ideally, we get in quick. She doesn't have a chance to get people in, and then,
Right?
whap, real quick. But
Right. Send that message to second in command.
Okay.
But I can start out with Thunderstorm, if that's what you guys want. Because I still have other ways to get advantage. So it's not a huge
Right.
issue.
Yeah,
She's got
I
a
mean-
big castle. I can run away still.
I'm really good for whichever one you think would be the most useful, I guess. I don't really care if we...
Well, I know Thunderstorm is really good on Oni because with his 100 attacks, it just ramps up.
Yeah. Gives another d8 for each attack.
Mm-hmm.
But having you do another attack is also really good.
yeah, either one of those two, I feel like, are the move.
Mm-hmm.
My problem is the temp HP is really bad for you guys. It's only 5 temp hit points whenever
Yeah.
I use my Fighting Spirit.
Temporary hit points really don't help as much as you would hope they would.
Yeah.
Like, it's a little bit of a nice buffer, but once
It's
they're
only
gone,
really
they're
good at
gone.
low levels.
Mm-hmm.
High levels, it's like, it's not even there.
Oh boy, another 5 hit points. You
And it's gone.
take 41 damage. Fuck.
I have so many leftover Fey pellets. I mean, I guess we
mean,
could
hey.
actually use them before the fight because it's
I was
just
gonna say maybe
worst
she
case
will
10
do,
temp hit points.
and maybe she'll do something necrotic. You never know.
Mm-hmm.
Did the
Could be anything.
dragons, the little dragons,
Yes,
necrotic breath?
I'm pretty sure that's what they did as well.
Oh, okay, there we go. So that would work against them
Right.
too then.
Right. And then the second in command said that they broke the enemy force and they're retreating. Which I guess that's good and bad, I guess. It would be really good if we could go and do our assault now. But it is what it is, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, if we could get topped off, I get my stuff on a short rest, I'll be good to go. But casters are not so lucky.
I don't have any magic. I don't have any way to get us there in the first place right now.
Anyone have the Mage Slayer feat?
I do.
Oh, do you actually?
I do, yes. That's what I
Alright.
was saying. If I keep in melee with her, I can at least try to help keep her from being too annoying. Hopefully.
Just don't get hit.
Yeah. Hit me with my 20 AC.
I mean, that's my AC as well, so. Hell yeah, 20
Hopefully.
AC buddies.
Hopefully, me and Ken will be in melee too, so that you're less likely to get hit.
Like how
Hopefully.
20 AC is like
Right.
considered low in this campaign.
Yeah, at this point, yeah.
counting his blessings.
It just means he gets to throw crazier and crazier shit at us that he wouldn't be able to in a normal.
And
Right?
make up the most insane shit, like dragons that deal damage and heal for hundreds of hit points in a single turn. It's crazy, the shit that I get to make up for you guys. I love it. I just love to give you guys shit
Awesome.
about it because it's fun.
Yeah.
I can send you ideas through Reddit.
Oh, yeah, go for it. I'm sure Reddit comes up with a lot of shit.
Oh, they do.
Yeah. All right.
I just don't know.
Actually, I can just copy paste.
Okay.
1 second.
Gotcha.
Perfect.
I also had to use the bathroom.
Yeah.
Just copy paste it.
Because like my notes, the one I have in mind doesn't have the tier 4 stuff yet.
It should be
God
shared
damn.
with you.
1,200 feet?
Hey, that's
You
supposed to be
know.
whispered.
Good.
I did slash whisper. God damn it.
It's all good.
Maybe it overrode it when you pasted it.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Let me check.
But yeah, I had the document open, and the one I have.
Is it not in there? It should be in there. Wait, it's
Oh
happening.
no, it's her again.
I don't know, whatever.
Right. It's doing the first, and then as soon as it hits a shift enter, like a return, then it's cutting the rest of it off and sending it as a second message.
Oh,
Because you could see that first sentence is getting whispered, but then
gotcha.
everything else wasn't.
Yeah.
But that's fine.
Oh well.
Do I need to reshare it with you? It says you're in the document.
Yeah, no, I'm here, but like the one.
Oh,
I had
scroll
at
up.
the bottom-
Scroll up.
Yeah. Does it have this one already? Do you have that active?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I just never.
That's the one where we were moving really fast and the enemies were moving really slow.
Right. Okay, got it. Okay. Then I will update, and I will definitely say very soon.
Okay. I was just gonna see if I could use that while we were falling.
You should use hurricane, so we just go flying.
Does that increase how fast you fall?
No, it might decrease it actually, because it'll be lateral winds, not.
Whee! Bye.
Okay. Just updating my notes here. Okay.
Yeah, the last tier was just a lot of random buffs that didn't have to do with the water abilities.
Yeah. I mean, I'll say, you can certainly try. You're on the cusp, so it might take
That's
a little
fair.
bit of like effort to activate that last bit of mastery, but you can always try.
That's fair.
And is that one that gets
That's
activated
passive.
like okay, that was just a passive. Gotcha. Wasn't sure on the way it was worded. It sounded passive, but
Yep, that one's just a passive.
okay.
Making his insane rage already more insane.
Right. It's, what does it change on my end of things? The scale at which I have to think.
To be fair, we're often in close quarters, or we can't, like, there's a tree line or something, so there's usually something in the way.
Yeah, and, I get that because I put those trees there.
They're there for a reason.
you stay on Tasmakella 2 miles above Astrazalian and just snipe her.
I can't shoot 2 miles.
I don't know how much feet to miles.
It's
That's about a quarter mile.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's a little less than
It's
a quarter
still
mile.
ridiculous. But still.
ridiculous.
All right.
Then a
Well,
quarter mile.
as you guys do your planning for tonight, is there anything else that you wanted to do here within the estate of Aranestra and Mithrin Dane? Food is provided. Another
I had one
simple-
thing that I want to do before going to sleep, but I'm trying to figure it out.
no.
Hurry up.
Give me a moment.
Figure it out faster.
I know one thing I want to do.
Okay.
going to message Mia.
Oh, okay. What are you trying to figure out, Aerith?
Sending.
Oh, you're both doing sendings. Got it. Okay.
Okay.
Everybody's talking.
This is enough. Oh, God damn it.
Oh, just under.
Oh yeah.
Just about. Oh shit. Didn't work.
Womp womp.
Yeah, you got to watch that copy
Yeah.
paste. Go ahead and just do a /whisper and then do that next line. At
Okay.
least I know who it's going to. And you had to roll me a d20.
That
Technically
I
the both of you.
understand.
Oh, I gotta
There we
roll
go.
D20.
Yeah.
You
'cause
don't.
If you're doing. Oh, you don't?
Not for the tattoo.
Oh, okay.
Not with me.
I don't know. I just know
That was part of it.
interplanar.
I know. It's part of who they are, being,
That's
divine.
fair. I suppose that's fair.
Can't use a ring of puzzlers, right? Because it doesn't use intelligence.
Nope, just don't
No,
roll
but
a one.
you just not roll a 1 and you're fine.
Oh, okay.
It's just on a 1 it doesn't go through.
I hope that was clear enough for him.
Interplanar magic.
Someone sending to Nicholas and then have him use his portents on us tomorrow.
I can't do that anymore.
No.
I mean, you can stay up an hour, get your spell slots back, and then do it.
Yeah, there you go.
That's fair.
If he gets anything above like a 15, like, all right, just at this time, use it.
That's so cryptic.
If you can feel a disturbance in the force, help us out.
We're in actual war. We need all the help. Yeah.
Send dudes.
5, 6, 7, 8. Okay.
Oh, that was the wrong. Never mind. I already fucked up. I'm just gonna.
What'd you do?
I used an incorrect word in my sending.
How
Hmm.
dare you?
Yeah, it doesn't exactly work, but I think you get the message across.
Hopefully.
And I'll perk up, look over to Aerith. He's like, do you remember Nick mentioning something called a regulator back on Mechanus?
A what?
The regulator.
A regulator?
Yeah, the regulator.
It probably regulates.
Why would you
Well,
end a
maybe
sending with a question?
Because, you
Fuck
know,
you, that's why.
fuck you, that's why. It's an innocuous question. It doesn't need to be answered.
Oh, yeah, stressful day. Stressful day. Can I roll a history to see if I remember?
Yeah, roll me history.
I'm gonna use charge of Puzzler's
Yep.
Wit just because I can. Where's history? Right here. Okay.
20.
Oh, that's good.
That was the word that Nick had used when he described the device they were building. They were building an arcane regulator.
Oh. And they needed a proper core, or they need a proper core.
They need multiple. They started it with the one you guys got from the Earth
The
Tail.
Earth Heart.
Mhm.
But in total, Stir believes that they need 6 different kind of potent energy sources. And you had 4
Yeah.
picked out.
Terrific.
And
And we have the
Stir
idea
seems
of a life and death one, right?
Right.
Stir
Mhm.
seems to believe that life and death will serve the final 2, to complete the regulator.
I mean, we're currently working on the life one, so...
Just give Eidos a call. He'll pick one up from the gas station in the Shadowfell.
Right? On the
Funny
way
anything
home.
else?
Funny you should say that. As soon as it was brought up by Nicholas, I was just like, Eidos is in the Shadowfell. I'll send him a
Right,
message.
we'll get there.
Hey,
We don't
that
have to-
starts the ball rolling.
Hold up. What? I can only think of one thing in the Shadowfell that's strong enough to be a core, and I don't know if that's a good thing.
I'm sure
I'm
it's
so
fine. What's the worst that
curious.
could happen?
I want to know. Can you whisper me what you think?
Make sure you
Oh,
slash WGM.
that's
Share
what I
with the
did the
class.
first time.
You could always send it through Discord instead, so you don't have
Right.
That's true.
Okay. Well,
You're not correct, but you're not wrong.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I just
Part of. Fair enough.
He says while uh-hing.
I'm nodding up in my head up and down and going, which is really hard to do. My brain did not want to do that.
Well, I just sent a message to Mia, just checking in on them, and gave them an update. And then
How's it going?
seems everything's going well. They said the regulator seems to be working, so I guess they're making progress on their end as well.
That's good, right? That's
then-
fixing magic.
Terms of a core from the Shadowfell, I've been trying to communicate with Eidos as much as possible. He said that they didn't, or they don't have anything in terms of like a physical object, like with the hearts and the Dalelands. So I told him another possibility, and he's gonna figure something out.
Just grab a bucket full of shadow. It'll work.
That's where it all fell.
Sure, they have just rivers full of shadow. You can just scoop it up.
I mean, did you even like ask him how everything's going, or is this your first communication with him?
Yeah, I need something from you. Bye.
You're
Right.
not wrong. I think I actually sent the first one to Earth.
I'm pretty sure I asked him if everything
Oh.
was fine.
Rose sent him that first
Oh,
message.
okay.
And then
Yeah.
you sent him the message about
I asked if he was doing okay.
yeah.
Everyone always asks what Eodos is up to, but never how Eodos is doing.
Right?
To be fair, he's in a really depressing place right now. We probably should ask him how he's doing.
Is there anything you'd like to say?
Hmm?
I mean, I can message him. Like, do you want to talk, or at least ask him how he's doing?
I mean,
Yeah, just
has
tell him
an
the
hour
family says
passed
hi.
for my arcane recovery.
Sure.
The family says hi.
I mean, I can send him more messages now.
Yeah, just let him know that we're thinking about him. Hope he's okay.
I will, hopefully in 25 words, ask how he's doing, and, you know, let him know that we're trudging on.
And
As
that we
best as
hope
we
he's
can.
doing well.
And whether or not he's doing
Yeah,
well.
I'm gonna post this right now because it is very funny. Just like out of the blue.
Right? Apropos to nothing. Yeah, there goes.
Oh no, I sent him a message and it kicked him out of Discord.
Look what you've done.
I didn't need to. But, okay, so you send another message.
Mm-hmm.
All right, roll me another d20.
Also,
It's funny
by
if
the
this
way,
doesn't go through.
are you doing
Yeah.
well?
I mean, I'll apologize for the, you know.
Sorry.
All right,
Sorry,
so
but
25
things are
words.
dire.
What do you say?
You haven't
Wait,
checked in
I
on
have some-
Abyssia, you haven't checked in on Robert.
I don't know
I'm
Habissia
sure
that
they're
well.
fine.
Nope. I'm sure they're fine. They're busy, right?
Robert's fine. He's fine. He's got his demon harem.
Right? He's fine.
With nothing to show for.
He didn't even attack you guys, he was nice to you guys, and you don't even check in on him.
I'm pretty sure out of Rose Rose
You guys
and I,
actually have
it's only
checked
gonna
on him
be
a couple
me.
times, and neither time has it been promising what he
Yeah.
He's like, oh, you know, just doing what I'm doing, serving my goddess. living
Being
my best
evil.
life, being evil, yuck, yuck, yuck.
What a silly little guy.
Fun man.
Is that what we call him? The silly little
Yep.
guy?
Silly
Apparently.
little guy.
This is a silly little guy. To be fair,
Silly
he's
little
not
guy.
tall. I think he's like 5'8".
That makes
Like, he's
it
just like an
worse.
average
Like,
guy.
I
Yeah,
thought
he was
was
average.
I thought he
11,
was
okay.
taller.
I thought
He was
taller,
either
but
like
we were trying to
5'8"
be
or
cool.
5'9". But it was goofy because you always said he was this giant guy. I'm like, nah, he's not tall. He's about average.
Yeah, then that was my fault for misnarrating, because in my
No,
mind
it was
he
funny.
was always towering, but maybe he just had like a towering
That presence,
persona.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then you look at him and he's just a normal guy.
Yeah, he was like at a quick glance,
Just a
he's a
dude.
scary looking motherfucker. But if you actually look deep, it's like he's about average height, which I thought was funny.
What happened to my? Ah, that's right. Bio. Yeah, 5'10". Look at that.
Yeah, there you go.
Shorter than I am.
He's
Well,
taller
my
than
height.
me.
Right.
I think the
Alright,
tallest was Aureus.
Aerith,
Yes.
what words do you send? That way I have words to
Figure that out.
form. Okay.
Wasn't Eidos like 6'3"? Eidos was also up there. So many
Remember?
tall.
Let me see. I can look at the character sheet. I know he's 6 something.
Six,
He's in-
six.
He was an imposing dude.
Yeah, he was.
Dang.
feel so.
Meanwhile, Oni's over here, just like middle of the pack, very average. He tries
Great.
his best not to stand out.
How tall's Oni?
Like 5'11", 6 foot, just very average.
I mean, that's still above average.
Right.
Because nobody's also 6 foot.
Yeah. I think Rose lost an inch or something, but I'm 5'8" now.
Nicholas, shortest of the bunch.
Mia was short until she got tall.
And then she got a bit shorter.
I thought she got taller again. Did she get like taller twice or something?
She went from 5'3" to like 6'1". I think she shrunk back down to like 5'11".
More
I mean, it's still-
slightly
it's still
normal.
tall.
Yeah, it's still tall, but not quite
Does that-
as much.
Does that affect the kids genetically? That's what I want to ask.
Oh yeah.
So now they're going to be tall. Like, it's hilarious.
They're gonna be fucking giants.
They will
They're
be.
tall as fuck.
Oh, yeah, how tall is Ken? Because Ken got a huge growth spurt too when he became more dragon.
He's like 10 feet.
6'5".
6'5", yeah. Still think it's funny that Orius is heavier than Zero. Was heavier.
Built like a brick shithouse.
He was.
Until he got a frail.
He's still heavy.
He's gonna come back with one of the missing artifacts of Bahamut. Like, what's up, gang? I'm back, better than ever.
I found this, by the way.
I am love.
Found it on the side of the road. Seemed lonely.
Seems
It's like, oh, I found
useful.
these gifts. He finds all the artifacts, just hands out. It's like, hey, I found these guys for you guys.
It's a present.
Heard a whisper in the sky one day and was like, oh, okay, I'll take this. I'll give it to my
Sounds
friend.
good. Thanks. Bye.
Said he was related to you, Ken. I'm not sure.
Something about thanks for looking out for you. I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said he'd give
Gave me
these to
some
you.
cool
so
shit.
He offered me some tea. It was great.
Tea with a god.
he had a lot of birds with him. I don't really get
Yeah.
that.
I mean, they were nice birds, but it was kind of weird because they were the ones serving the tea. Still want to know if Abyssia is actually a genius spy or not.
Sure.
Once we get rid of trade, that's when he makes his move.
Yeah. It's still my headcanon that Abyssia is a masterful genius that it just pretended to be incompetent so they could do
Abyssia
whatever they
comes in
wanted.
after we defeat Titania, and he's just like, I'm
I'm
Titania
the
now."
real boss.
The new villain.
They're gone. He just shows up. The path is clear for us to rule. Cool. Heel turn on the spot.
I mean, it's not that maybe Abyssia's not even evil. They're just neutral. They're like, you know what? I can use this to my advantage.
I
No,
will
we
make
need
the
that,
summer
though.
court better.
We'll never know.
We'll never
They're
know.
too genius for us. They're too genius for us.
Maybe,
Their
maybe
masterful
one
plan.
day you'll know. Who knows? Maybe you'll know.
Maybe Abyssia is pulling the strings of Robert as well.
So, as you send out your next sending, Aerith, you hear your response.
To actually be polite.
He's doing fine, guys. He's doing very well.
Is that word for word?
So,
Tell me
yeah.
word for word.
Oh my god. He says, all good. Things have been enlightening here. It's not a happy place to be, but it's good. Glad to hear you're all well.
Okay.
Yeah, you kind of
Kind of.
glossed over. It's not a happy
Right.
place to be.
Yeah. That's why I
I
wanted
mean, we
the.
all knew it's
whole
not a happy
thing.
place to be in.
Yeah, well, still, we want to know.
Yeah, you made it seem like it's all sunshine and rainbows. It's like in reality,
No,
it's just
no. We're in the realm of sunshine and rainbows.
And it's
Bye.
going great here.
Yeah.
What's the worst that could happen?
Fantastic.
What's the worst that could happen? It's not like he had to spend the first while there focusing on himself, so he didn't cease to exist or anything.
Nah.
Yeah, nothing like that.
Why would that happen?
I can't think of a reason.
We all want to take vacations to the Shadowfell.
Right?
Exactly.
It's a top tier tourist
Tourist
destination.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I hear they're running a discount right now.
In fact, I was playing Roller Coaster Tycoon last night, or I guess it's the Planet Coaster 2, and they had a Shadowfell map because everybody wants to go there.
No one ever leaves. It's that fun.
Try it.
Well,
Get the
as
grid
we-
line up here.
As we wrap that up, Rose will stand up and stretch. I need to go to bed so that we're ready. Everyone all good?
Yeah.
We'll find out after tomorrow.
Yeah.
Ready for tomorrow?
Ready as ever.
Yeah. Ready as ever. Alright. And they're gonna head out.
Okay.
They'll go find the room that Thorn found.
Mhm. He is laying on his back. You see his armor kind of piled up neatly on one of the tables off to the side, and he's just on his back snoring.
Rose will take off Zen and put him and the crystal down. Just anything else that might be pointy,
That's
and
fair.
then just collapse on top of Thorn,
Okay, there's a.
like
Uh,
jump on him.
okay. Good night, Rose.
Night.
He was also
I'm
very
about-
tired.
Gonna talk to Taz. If she kills me in my sleep, help me.
He kind of like blinks and rolls over. All right, I'm here with you. You cast Dream?
Yep.
Alright. As the snores of Thorn once again resume. Is there anything else anyone else wanted to do this evening before you turn in for your long rest?
I pass out.
Okay. Passing out. Got it?
Yep.
Alright. Okay. Rose. You're dreaming Taz McKellar, right?
Yes.
Okay. Roll me an Arcana check. Okay. You have a passing amount of experience with Dream. You know that it only works on creatures on the same plane of existence as you are.
Oh shit.
I hadn't thought of that until this moment.
You're so fucked.
In the past, you were trying to use it to communicate with Ken, but even Taz was telling you that it couldn't reach beyond the borders of the Feywild. Roll me a charisma check.
Maybe if I want it hard enough.
You just gotta want it.
You attempt to manifest that will, but whether that power just can't be reached right now, or it's just impossible, or there's some part of you that's afraid to talk to her. You're not quite sure, but unfortunately the spell does not connect. It doesn't work. So it doesn't use the spell slot, but you aren't able to connect with Taz.
Alright, Rose will open my eyes again and just, God damn it.
Everything okay?
I can't. You remember how before and she kept telling me that it wouldn't work like that?
Kind of like closes his eyes and like, yeah, I remember that now.
It didn't work like that. Alright, I have 3 sendings worth of capability to talk to her. Is there anything you wanted to say?
I miss her, and I'm sorry. But I think you've already covered those.
Briefly, but can't hurt to add.
Yeah. We'll see her tomorrow, right? Or
Well, I'm gonna ask if she'll come. Hopefully.
okay.
Once again.
Sorry, we have to
I
do
guess
all
I-
of this through sending. I did want to do Dream, and then in that moment I was like, shit.
Right.
Yeah, shit. You had to send her home, didn't you?
Is it Word that tells you the word
Mhm.
amount? Okay.
That's what I use.
Right, I thought WordPad might, but
It
it
might.
doesn't.
I use Google Docs.
That's not set up right now. Okay. Give me a second. Okay.
Actually, I never did roll. Okay, he's fine. I never rolled to see if Thorn got hit by wild magic. Actually, Banish is only 5th level, right?
Yeah, it's definitely not 7th
Yeah.
level.
Sweet. 4th level. Damn.
That's why it only lasts a minute.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, that's still a dope way to just remove something from the table, you know?
Right?
Like you did
It's nice.
Fog and his dope robot. You just made him go away.
I said goodbye.
He had a cool robot.
For 9, 50, 51, 52,
Just rapid fire, just bam, bam, bam.
yeah. 5, 6, 68, 69, 70. 2, 3, 4, 5.
How many are you over?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Dang. It's half ascending.
Right. That.
As you get up and kind of head over and take out a little quill and a pen and start writing out your message, constructing it so that you can more adequately use the 75 words that you have. Thorn sits up and looks over your shoulder, kind of puts his head on your shoulder and yawns in your ear. Roll me a persuasion check as well while I read.
Persuasion. Well, now I can roll good. God damn it.
Oh no.
Well, the first 25 don't go through. Which I guess is fine. It was mostly filigree.
And sorry, and I do too, for both.
Yeah. I got through the part I needed to get through, I guess, and I can apologize again later.
You hear that first part come through as you're immediately casting out the third one. And then after the third one goes off, you hear the reply.
Okay. They'll just put their head down on the desk. I'm so tired.
That's fair.
She said she'll try.
Okay, I mean, do we, like, what does that mean?
I don't know.
Okay.
Look, it sounded like something might be wrong at the mountain, but I don't want anybody else to worry right now that we have enough on our plate.
Okay.
But so I guess if she doesn't, then we do it without her, I guess. Right?
He, like, looks down between the two of you. Yeah. We take care of this, we finish it, and then we go help her. Because if she can't help us, then that means she needs help.
Right. Okay. I am extremely tapped on everything.
Yeah. Come on. Sleep time.
Okay.
Kind of just like pulls you down into bed, and as soon as your head hits that pillow, it's just out. Ken, can you roll me a perception check, please? As well as, I guess, say everybody, honestly. Let me have an everybody perception check.
Everybody perception check.
Man, are we
Wanna.
getting attacked in the night?
Probably.
Why is it an advantage? That shouldn't be an advantage. I'll take 31 though.
Yes, 31's not bad. Well, Rose doesn't really need to,
Yeah.
technically. I have a feeling Oni will roll high enough. Oh. Aerith, as you're kind of sitting cross-legged in your bunk room, you and Takashi sharing a kind of like twin bed guest room here within the estate. The two of you can hear the soft conversation, the kind of like gentle murmuring coming from the room beyond. You hear as Rose and Thorn are discussing things, and you swear you hear the word mountain.
Mountain.
Something talking about a mountain. Unfortunately, for my 19s, it's just shy of the DC.
It'd be like that. The passive's 25, but a 3 on the die doesn't really cut it.
Oh, I feel it. My Viper in our other game has a +7 to his perception, so a passive of 17, and I cannot roll higher than like a 12.
Viper.
Yeah, playing Viper.
How are you using the 14 compendium?
You know it. But as you each turn in for your long rest, finding your comfort here within the autumn estate, you find it. No visions or dreams, no... Actually, that's a good point.
Would she like to talk? We can talk. I thought about it, but I'm completely out of spell
I know
slot.
you're tapped, and I'm like, she might.
Oh boy.
Okay. As you fall asleep, Rose, you
Why does
drift
this only
off
happen when I'm at really low hit points?
immediately into a deep,
Okay.
deep slumber. And then you find yourself laying on the floor of a carpeted ballroom. These kind of like wooden tables set up about 15, 20 feet away from you, spread out in this massive, massive open space. Candles and torches burn all over to illuminate this place in a brilliant light that looks like fire kind of dancing up the walls itself. And as you push yourself up out of your sleeping position, you hear from above you, "It might be best if you just stay there."
Can I at least sit up so I can see you?
You say that. There is no response.
Then I'll at least push myself up to sitting.
Alright, you put yourself on your backside and look up at her, sitting in her throne, towering down from above you. It's the entire room is very well lit, except for this tiny bit of shadow between you and her that gives this illusion of scale being raw, like she's much bigger than she is, but further away. You have made a move. It will be your last. I bring you here so that you can send a message. Tell Ken I will have his secret. I will tear it from his body, and with him build a new Fae. You will pay for what you have done, Rose. Make me a Christmas saving throw.
Oh.
No, you can respond if you want. Go for it.
This
But
Rose
still
is just gonna be like, I thought this conversation was between the two of us, but... And then charisma save?
I think it's a charisma save.
For Dream,
Oh, you just
Wisdom
take
save.
damage. It's a wisdom save. Okay, roll me a wisdom save then.
And... oh, shit. Okay.
Okay, Okay, 25.
Hey, let's go.
That is really good. Let's see. On a failed
Okay.
save.
Okay, that's really good because that would have been really, really bad.
Yeah, okay. You feel her presence kind of lunge towards you like a beam of sunlight through the shadows. It grows in intensity and brightness as she curses your name in that last word. And as it slams into you, you wake up with a start and look over next to Thorn, who snaps up into a sitting position next to you. Are you okay?
Ow. Ow. She's mad. Oh. Big surprise. Okay.
But you're okay? Kind of like takes one hand and grabs you by the chin and kind of assesses you, make sure you're not bleeding from the ears.
Think so.
Oni, you definitely would have heard a loud kind of from the rooms next door. The rest of you too deep in your slumber.
Love to hear it. Love to hear it.
Ow. She's such a bitch.
He kind of like furrows his brow and then seems to understand and nods. You mean Titania, not Tess. Got it, Titania.
Oh, yeah, no.
I was really... Is she mad?
Titania? Oh.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Good. And he lays back
Right.
down and nestles himself into his pillow.
See, the thing is that it's not even at me, though, which I feel like it's rude. And I feel like I deserve that. Like, ugh. All she wants is Ken and his weird bullshit. She seems to think that something about that will change her.
Maybe that's the lie she's told herself. That's all she needs is that last thing, and she can save the Feywild.
She seems to think. So, fuck. Tomorrow during the battle, keep him safe.
He nods. I'll keep you both safe.
Well, prioritize. I mean, if she kills me, whatever. She doesn't get anything from that. If she kills him, she seems to think that there's something she can do with that.
The nod is a little bit slower. Okay.
Fine. Either
We
way,
just got a DNR froze. Focus on Ken.
Right? Either way, I'll come back.
We think.
We think.
Alright. Let's rest up. We'll need it for tomorrow.
God, I am so glad that she did not succeed on that, because if she... Not only would she have killed me, probably, then I don't get the benefit of a long rest.
Yeah.
And that's ideal.
That could have
With-
been problematic, right?
No spell slots to my name.
Yeah.
Ow.
Either way, well, regardless, you hit the save with the 25.
Oh,
Fall back
okay.
into your comfortable bed. Fall back asleep. The early morning, well, the same time of twilight greets you, Aerith and Oni, as you wrap up your trances, as you have about 3 or 4 hours before the rest of your party awakens. Anything you guys want to do during this time?
I don't think I have anything.
Other
don't-
than
I
training?
can't.
You can do your training.
He needs somebody. He needs a sparring partner.
Punch Aerith.
My training is different though.
On Jareth.
You just want Aerith to die. I see. I get it. I understand.
No,
now.
to be fair, it's kind of the status quo that you just kind of get hit. So
The enemy, our allies, same difference, right?
yeah, it just kind of happens.
You all just want Aerith dead. I get it. I understand.
Get it. Fine.
No, I'll wait for everybody to get up. That way Eric can get his training in safely.
Aerith,
Un-
which one are you working
unmolested.
on today?
My Cartomancer, I'll continue with it.
Alrighty. It is an intelligence check.
Ring of Peddler's Way.
Yeah.
Damn, I just.
Nice.
20.
I was hoping for a higher roll.
20 is so good.
Not bad.
It's not a 15.
Right.
Okay, so that is 3d6.
That's better than always rolling 1d6.
Meditate back on the things you've seen in the last day, Oni, kind of cataloging them in your memory so that you can properly chronicle them when you have a little bit more time to sit down with ink and paper. Seeing, or I guess not even seeing the absorbing of Oberon, but the aftermath, that stone husk and the energy floating within the Orosite. Following up with the Earthdale and these potent primal powers that seem to predate even the gods. Now being carried by a handful of mortals from the material who got themselves wrapped up in something probably far bigger than 5 people should have been wrapped up into.
Like
We
usual.
can wrap up some more people if we want to.
Yeah, we could. We could. We do have actually quite a few others. But you finish your morning's meditations as everyone else begins to rouse from their slumber. You all can get your long rest.
Yay.
Hell yeah.
Breakfast
We've
is
been
provided
so
for you
fucked.
by Veranestra, who joins you around the breakfast table and will speak with you about anything if you have any questions for her, or if you would like to press on to your morning's training and the rest of the day, then all is in your court.
I really need to do some training.
I guess, well,
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say while everybody else did their training, I'm gonna get to wherever we put Oberon's body safely, and start that process.
Okay. So you head back out onto the veranda out back, near where you had laid Oberon's body.
I don't. Did we leave him there? I
Nobody
kinda figured
moved
we
him.
probably should have put him somewhere else.
I mean, you guys have, like, the 3 guest rooms here, and then the other room is Veranestra's, unless you wanted to leave him in, like,
I mean, you
sitting
can put
room.
him in the one that Oni would take, because you know he doesn't really use beds or anything like that. You could put him in that room if you want.
Yeah, I
to.
just figured we probably wouldn't have left him like outside. At
No,
least
we
that
would not have
seems
left him
rude,
Okay, all right.
and also maybe dangerous.
All right, then he would be in, let's see, so we had Aerith and Takashi, Oni and Ken. So his body was placed in there, and then Oni kind of set himself up on the floor for his trances. His trancing. But as everyone's wrapping up their breakfast, Rose, you stand up and excuse yourself. Thorn just gives you a nod, and if you hear from Taz, let me know, okay?
Yeah. Yep. Waiting to hear from a couple people.
Yep.
That one's important though.
You head into their room and over to the bed that was set up and kneel next to it. What's everybody else doing this morning?
Working on gift for the metallic dragon.
Okay.
Athletics.
Oni's definitely trying to get that blind fighting done.
Yeah, I bet you're real close.
Absolutely not. I'm not.
No?
Not
You've been doing this for
nowhere.
a while.
I have rolled like under 3 on just about every one of them, even on the ones that I really don't know if he's gonna get it before Eodos comes back because I have no idea when you're planning to take them out.
Tragic.
We'll see.
But I was gonna ask, could Eodos be doing training while he's out in the Shadowfell?
Yeah. Let me know what he'd be working on, and he's definitely glamming up, so he should be able to keep up with everybody else.
Basically, I just want to try to get medium armor master because he's that medium armor, just to add that one extra point of dex in for him.
Yeah, definitely can do that.
All right, let's
Considering
let's
he's
see
been-
what Oni rolls first, I guess, because
Well, if you want, narratively, he can be working on that in the background, and then it'll be pretty much. Oh.
See, it's just it's such a because this one's not like anything major, you know. This is purely just.
Yeah,
I don't feel. I don't feel as bad. No, but this is basically just a little bit of flavor for Oni, the blind fighting, but it would also allow puts his conscience into the echo to still fight from himself. So
That's true because he'd be able to sense around him without needing to be able to see or hear. That's smart.
Poor boy's not ever gonna get to it.
It's 1d6 for Oni and Takashi, and 5d6 for Ken.
I mean, you can still
That's
do
our
it in the
boy.
background, even if like Oni's not your character. He's like, oh, he did it in the background, and
Yeah.
my character.
Hey, you rolled a 6.
Hey. I know you said that you wanted Takashi to keep working on stuff after.
Yeah, another subclass.
Yeah. All right.
Gotta have them 4 subclasses.
Guys, wrap up your morning training as you see Rose like walk into the room where Oberon's body was. You head out. Oni and Takashi working together to kind of like bounce off of each other, and unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be any synchronicity today. You guys are like stepping on each other's toes, and there's like a little bit of okay, hold on.
Come on,
and
man.
reassessing. No one's to blame, but you know.
I've been struggling so hard on athletics.
Thorn will kind of walk into the room with Rose and put his like hand on your shoulder as you kind of summon down your floating redstone and hold it between your hands, just hovering gently, and begin to chant. The magic builds, and as the hour comes to a close, Aerith, since you did your training this morning, what are you doing during this time?
That's a really good question.
Where did Rose's token go?
I might be under somebody.
Oh, it's over here.
Nope. You pulled me down there.
I pulled you down there.
I'd probably keep an eye on Oberon.
Okay.
While everybody's
So you're-
busy.
You would follow Rose into that room as they head in there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So wrapping up breakfast, Rose, Aerith also followed in behind. Do you say anything to Rose as they begin to, like, essentially set up a ritual right next to him?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I'll let myself be known.
You walk in behind Thorn. Thorn kind of like holds the door open for you and then closes it behind you. You walk past and sit at the edge of the other bed that's in this room and watch as Rose kind of kneels down next to the one that has Oberon on it and takes out the red stone and begins chanting. You hear the kind of muffled sounds of practiced combat outside the window as Oni and Takashi are working on their skills. As Ken dives deep into his connection to his draconic self and feels that tether growing stronger and stronger. As you kind of snap back out of your meditations, Ken, there's a pulse, a ripple of magic, and like this low tone sound that you can hear. Let me see something. Okay. Roll me a persuasion roll, Rose.
Ah, boy. Okay.
Okay. You feel the spell snap out and begin lashing into the ether like it's trying to find something. It flails around with these multiple different ephemeral, for lack of a better word, tentacles before you finally feel something grab on. And you hear a voice in your head. But why?
Why?
Mhm.
Because you deserve a chance to explore who you were always meant to be.
A kind of ephemeral tendril wraps around, another one snaps on. I don't deserve this.
Yes, you do.
Roll me another persuasion check. Okay. Another one snaps out and he kind of pulls one leg away. I've made so many mistakes. I've done so many things. Just let
Then
me
come.
go.
No, then come and fix them. There's no mistake that you ever could have made that can't be fixed.
As words that you have heard before ring out of your own mouth without even really having to think about them, just truth. Roll me another persuasion with advantage. Okay. Another snack. Another arm and a leg are grabbed in the distance. You can see this body kind of just like floating there. These tendrils holding it in space. And it's hard. It hurts.
I know. And yet, we do it anyways.
As you say that, one more gentle reaches out and wraps around his waist and pulls whatever it is towards you. You hold this moment in your mind and then open your eyes. Aerith, you see as the spell manifests this flash of light from the red stone that Rose holds, kind of hovering between their hands. And then as the light cascades across the room, it coalesces down into the body of the Eladrin before you. It kind of lurches up the chest towards the air and then slams back down into the ground. And then as you see Rose's head tilt down and their eyes open, you hear as the body takes a breath and then begins to cry.
Rose will just reach forward and pull him into a hug.
Thorn kind of his hands on your shoulder, lets you go in, and then looks down at the form of whoever this is, as they kind of reach up with one weak arm and put it on your back and just start sobbing into your shoulder.
Boy. Aerith, can you get Veronestra?
Yep.
Nonchalantly kicks himself off the bed.
I had my pistol like ready in case something happened, and I just sheath it back.
Okay. Ching. Thorn gives you a nod. That's a good call. He's still
It's
kind of
fine.
standing up over the two of you. You head out into the manor as Oni and Takashi are heading in. Ken, you poke your head out of the door that you were doing your meditations in to see Aerith walking down the hallway towards the main part of the house. Is there anything you guys want to do in this moment?
I guess go investigate what that pulse earlier was.
Okay. You head out of the room, across the hall, watching as Aerith kind of just makes his way through the building. You head into the room across the hall where it originated from. Kind of push open the door. You see Rose holding the... You recognize him. He looks like he did back 20 years ago when you were here before. But he looks thin, gaunt, like he hasn't eaten in a very, very long time. His bones poke through the skin. You can see like the ridge of his tibia, the forearm, as he's like got one arm up and the cloak is falling down, and he's like got his fingers clutched on Rose's shoulders. His hands, these like withered and thin, almost paper-like things, digging down into them and sobbing with very little reservation. Thorn stands over the two of them and looks back over his shoulder at you.
Well, he doesn't say that out loud, but he'll just.
Ah.
I see.
I guess he'll just hang back and I guess wait until they're done.
Aerith, you head into the main sitting area as Oni and Takashi walk in. Veranestra sitting in a kind of a, not leather, but looks like a fake kind of leather couch. She's got her saucer with tea and she's just sipping it. And she looks up at you. So, how did it go?
He's awake. Or I should be more specific, he's alive.
Sets the saucer down on the table. Then I believe it is time we find out what kind of person he is.
Yep.
Stands up. Walks back to the room. Are you going back there?
Yeah.
Okay. So she'll follow you back. Stepping in past Ken, she gives you a nod, and she's only, an average 5'8", maybe 5'9". So she is shorter than a good number of the party, but walks
She's an
in,
inch
and
taller than
nods.
me. No, wait, I think... Didn't I get shorter? Or am I thinking of something else? No,
I
never
don't
mind.
think so.
I was thinking
As
of
she-
Strixhaven, I got shorter in that campaign.
Oni and Takashi, having heard Aerith's announcement, what are you two doing? I just don't want to leave you guys out of any scene if you want to participate.
I mean, definitely go in to see what's evident,
Mm-hmm.
All right, everybody piles into this
Crowd
small
into the one
bedroom.
tiny room.
You look over shoulders to see Rose cradling the emaciated body of Oberon, and as Veranestra enters and kind of puts one hand on Ken's shoulder and walks past him elegantly, he freezes up. And Rose, you can feel this like trembling
It's
in
okay.
your arms. Roll me another persuasion check. As she goes, Oberon, can you hear me? Winces into himself, and then you feel his head shake. Oberon's not here. My name is Vethakos. I do not... He takes these deep, hitching breaths. I do not deserve your mercy. And then starts to cry again. She stands up over two of you. Well, that is a start.
Also bullshit.
Yes. Mercy is for all. It is not to be held back. You are as deserving as any other. And like,
I know this is gonna be an adjustment. And he did a lot of terrible things. But it's not you. Not anymore. You get to make your own decisions now.
yeah,
If you do terrible things now, then that's your fault. But
you assure him of this, still kind of like holding him, and you feel as he kind of just presses himself in, and then the clutching on your back kind of goes away, and he sinks back just a little bit towards the bed. How did you free me from him? How is this happening?
it's kind of hard to explain, I guess. But we took him away.
He was so beautiful once, so kind and filled with love. I wanted nothing more than to be that shining beacon. But devotion brings blindness. He lost sight. He kind of like whimpers as you say that, and then just like puts his head back and closes his eyes, and the rivulets fall. He seems genuinely remorseful.
Yeah. That's a good start. I was never. I don't know. It's always been her. She corrupting everything. I don't even know if it was his fault. I mean, obviously he decided that he wanted to do what she said, but I think it's hard to say now. Not that it entirely excuses him.
No. Excuses nothing. But as he is creature of his nature, or was creature of that nature, I too am bound by the nature of Varanestra, and so I can sympathize with the plight. Looks past you, Vethikos, and as he hears his name for that first time spoken aloud, kind of like the ears stop for just a moment, and you hear him take this like deep, shuddering breath and then let it go. Yes. She kind of looks past you all. I will offer you sanctuary to regain your wits as a favor to these who free our people. But my time is also coming to a close, and so in the future, we may be needing each other. Can I count on you, Vethikos, to do this? There's a moment. Even if it's hard or hurts.
especially if it's hard or hurts.
Then it must be done. She nods and looks at you, Rose. He can stay, and I will protect him until our task is done.
Okay.
She holds her hand to her heart. I wonder if she feels the same.
We'll find out.
We will.
I'm not going to not try with her either.
Thank you, Rose. When your tales of daring do reached my ears those half a decade ago, I thought you just another upstart from the material trying to change things. But you are a hero, not doing this for your own personal gain and not simply discarding your enemies.
I mean, that's what the original plan was.
And yet, when opportunity presents, you walk the hard path to do the right thing.
Yeah,
She looks over.
That's their fault. Just points a thumb up over to Ken.
She smiles at you and gives you a nod, Ken. It is good to see positive influences. Now,
I try my best. They can be rash and stubborn at times, but
I'm right here.
they, I'm trying my best to look after them. They're all right.
She also feels like she has to shoulder everything.
Thank
And-
you, Aerith.
take some of the load yourself. It seems to me like forcing someone who is already doing too much to do more by dictating what they can be helped with is counterproductive, no? If you see someone in need, help. For one day you may be in need, and they may be capable of help, and you may not be capable of asking. And always be prepared. Always. Just sage advice to live by.
Mhm.
At least from this old lady of autumn. She kind of pushes past Thorn, who is stood kind of over you this whole time in a protective state. And as you've let the body of Ethicos, or not the body, but as you've let Ethicos fall back down into the bed, you sit back up gently or slightly, and his hand just goes down yours and holds onto your hand. Thorn has his hand on your shoulder, and she kind of walks past both of you to the other side of him. This will be your room for now, and if they find need for it again, I can find a place for them, but this place is your home, and I will see to it that you are not bothered by any of the locals here. Kind of just nods. She looks over at you. So, what now?
Get ready, I guess. I was gonna say we plan, but I guess we kind of already did that.
Any word back from Tez?
Not yet, but I was kind of preoccupied. It's fair, it's been a minute. Yeah, let me send her a message real quick.
Gotta count.
As you begin to kind of plan out your message for Taz, you feel that connection in your mind of somebody sending you a message, but
Oh,
it's not
shit.
Taz.
Okay. Brain. 2 different directions. Hold on.
That's
Okay.
I wanted to do that. That was just that was the plan and intent.
Just like starting to cast, and then they stop and close their eyes for a second. Just, okay, hold on. I'll switching tracks. I'll message her in a second. The scouts. They said the thorn wall is on fire. I don't know if that's good or bad. I mean, I guess it's good.
Is it like
Well,
permanently on fire? Like it's a burning wall instead of a thorn wall?
yeah, they said they can't get close to it, and I assume they gave it longer than a couple minutes. I don't think we can count on the army for support. I just don't know if the other army made it through and then she closed it off, or if she just closed it off.
Guess we gotta kill her quick before the army gets back.
Sure. I'm sure that's the case. Do we want them to just head back?
Probably for the best, I guess.
Probably
If she could erect the thorn wall, we don't want her sending out thorny vines that are also on fire
On
at
fire.
the armies. Yeah.
Yeah. Where should I just send them back to Sarno, or just hold the war camp, or I don't know which one would be
Camp's
better.
probably good because you said that was your forward operating base.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess just keep them there, right? Until further notice.
Yeah, that way they're at least days march out if we can
Right.
figure out something to do. But if that, I've seen that wall. That wall was 40 feet tall of thorns. If it's on fire,
Nah, apparently on fire.
that's.
Mm.
Is she burning her own city down?
I wouldn't
Or
put it
she's
past her.
Yeah. I mean, I know we did just kind of spit in her face a little bit.
She was really. And Rose stops for a second and looks at the rest of the party and then just sighs. She was really, really mad last night.
You almost
Fair.
died, didn't you?
Huh?
You almost died, didn't you?
Oh, probably. It sure could have happened there, yeah. It only seems to ever happen when I'm already not in a great place.
It's like you piss off the big bosses by killing the mini bosses, and you take a lot of damage killing the mini bosses.
But yeah, I mean, return to the army, hold the forward camp until further notice. Anything else?
By the way, Aerith, you prepped Featherfall, right?
Yes, I prepped Feather.
Okay.
Oops.
We get there, you're all falling, and there's like, oh no!
I didn't know
I
that.
forgot.
This sucks. Oh no.
It's like, great, I guess we're forced to do the superhero landing.
Okay. You send out your message. Alright. Well, then I believe it is up to you. Unless we could find a way to navigate the armies in, but...
Yeah, that's seeming unlikely at this point, unless you're able to send them straight into the heart of Astrazalian, but I feel like that's a little... Even for your power, that's asking a lot.
Yes, no, I would not be able to. The furthest I would be able to reach is probably about a mile or so outside of the thorn wall.
I mean, I guess they're okay there.
I will send my generals a message as well to inform them that they are to follow your captain's orders and to hold your forward camp alongside you, and if needs be ready to move on a moment's notice.
Okay. I mean, are you able to communicate with them, like, kind of the same way that we do, right, with sending?
Yes, it is the same. Slightly limited, but I can send messages as needed.
Right. Well, since you're talking, can you ask them if the summer and spring army made it through the other side, if they know? At least if we know what we're walking into slightly.
I can inquire. One moment. She closes her eyes and you see that like flicker of orange light through the air. She begins to cast the spell. A moment passes. It appears as though those that escaped did so before they could be followed. We won't know until the scouts return to the main encampment. Those that were left behind were secured and are already beginning the healing process, as well as our own that were wounded.
Well, that's good. I hope they secure them well before they come back.
Oh, my troops know how to tie somebody up. Don't worry.
I was going to say hot, but I feel like that doesn't apply in this situation.
Oh,
I
you
mean, it
never know
could.
what a good knot could be used for.
Yeah.
All right. So,
Prisoners of war and all that. Anyways, I am going to message Taz real quick as well.
Okay. Roll me a d20.
Don't worry, she'll only
I'll
kill
do
you
it.
until
Okay.
you're barely hanging on a thread for life.
Yeah, she can kill me later. We're busy right now.
Who knows? This might be your last chance. Could be where the story ends and we all die in a horrific, like,
Right? Possible.
wildfire set off in a city.
Right? As she sets the entire Feywild on fire.
so we're still teleporting like a mile and a half, 2 miles in the air, and just dive.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
Just
the
wanted to
plan.
clear that up. Okay.
With or
Just
without
sure.
the dragon, I suppose, but that's, I mean, especially now that the thorn wall barrier is now a flaming thorn wall barrier.
Yeah.
Above seems to be our only option.
What could go wrong with a flaming
Taz's
thorn of walls?
Taz is fine. Pertanther doesn't want her to go. I guess he's curious about Bastille. I mean, he can deal with that later. We need her here.
Yeah. Kind of figured if one of the other siblings came back.
Yeah, he's back too. Okay.
You just had to cast her own, and then make sure it cut through.
Right. I mean, can you come to Veranestra? Otherwise, I suppose, but it's further.
Okay, roll me a d20. Is there a second?
I think she's been here, so she knows it.
Mm-hmm.
So. Don't explain, Taz. Just teleport. Piss them off more.
Okay, so not you. That's the vibe. But that's the answer, the response you get.
Right?
She sends another one.
Yeah, sure. I didn't intend for it to be answering the sending, but it comes in right at the right time where that's what the sending gets responded as.
Okay. All right. You hear Rose say that out loud and kind of throw their hands up. As you stand up, you drop the hand of Vethicos. It falls down onto him, and you look down and realize he's fallen asleep. That man is...
That's fair.
He's been through it. He has a -4 on all checks for
He
the
sure
next
does.
5 days.
Yeah.
But you stand up and say that out loud. Kind of look around the room. What you guys doing for today? What is the plan?
Are we airdropping more rocks onto Titania?
I mean, we could, but I don't know what good it would do, and it might just hurt more people. I don't even know if she's gonna be in the castle specifically. I assume so.
So when did we want to attack her then?
I mean, I'm hoping us literally crashing her castle is enough to get her attention. Let's just say that. And maybe that brings her there.
Are we giving Taz any time, or are we trying to go ASAP?
She said she was gonna try to get here in a second, so I guess give her a minute. I looks over to Ken and I have a feeling that we are gonna be on the shit list a little bit with your other siblings.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say for that. I just wanted to warn you.
That's fair. All right. So, it takes about 15 minutes or so as you wait within the estate and are leaving Vethicos and Veranestra to get better acquainted, as he's very much unconscious and she's just trying to gauge whether or not he can truly be trusted.
Right. That's fine.
You kind of walk through the small estate back to the main sitting room, and as you do, you see as 2 guards like push the door open, and one of them walks past you, gives you like a look quickly, and then walks down the hall to the closed door. My lady, there is someone here saying that she's an ally of yours. We do not recognize her. You
She's
look
been
out
here
the
before.
front door. I know. They didn't roll very well.
You
You look out the front door and see as
Rose
2
says that
guards
to
have
them.
Taz held back at the shoulder. She's like, you know who I have been here before. I have no... She looks past
She's
you, "Rose!"
literally been here. Come on,
She
guys.
kind of like jumps
Wild
up.
magic changed her face for a second.
Oh, it didn't change her face, no. But
no.
let's just say Taz ain't going to be having any alcohol for the next couple of weeks.
Oh no.
Wah, wah. The worst
She
one.
sobers up in the most intense way possible. You look out. The guard that's standing at the door gives you a furrowed look, and then looks back over his shoulder at Taz, who gives him like a scornful look and sticks her tongue out at him.
Seriously?
And the guard opens the door, and Varanesta goes, "Yes, it is most likely one of their allies. Go ahead and just make them comfortable." The guard heads
Literally
back
been
out.
here before.
I know. It happens when the dice don't work. But you see Taz finally allowed in. Oh, that's where her token went. Thank you. Rose, oh my god. She pushes through and like pulls you into a hug.
Oh,
Thorn.
don't kill me.
She reaches out and puts her other arm around Thorn. No, no, no. You did the right thing. You did the right thing. She kind of just squeezes you both tightly. Okay, so what's our plan? I assume you all discussed things yesterday and made a, airtight plan that nothing can go wrong with.
Yeah, you're gonna love it. It's definitely well thought out. No downsides. Not terribly dangerous.
We don't want to lead easy lives. We want the strength to lead hard ones.
That is fair and a noble endeavor. But you're not giving me confidence. What's this
Yeah.
plan that we've come up with?
Hey, look, we did it. Got Oberon.
Red flag number 1 for you.
She looks at you and goes, "What do you mean? What happened with him?" You're
Well,
not in that room. You're right now in like the main entry atrium. You'd have to take her down to the hallway. It's about 30 feet away.
Yeah, just like holds up the ore site as we start walking back to the other room.
Okay, you hold it up. She
It
kind
worked.
of like gauges it and reaches out one hand, but then like as it gets close decides not to touch it. It's beautiful. That's incredible. And then as you lead her down the hall and open the door, it opens and she sees as Varanesta is sitting kind of down, has her hand like on the side of Vethikos' head and is like brushing the hair back out of the way and seems to be just like assessing every bit of him. Taz stops in the doorway. Is that Oberon?
Not anymore.
Then it worked.
It did.
She smiles. I knew you could do it.
This is the right thing, right? I'm pretty sure.
I stand in the doorway, looking down on one of our enemies that we have waged war with for 7 years.
Yeah, kind of sucks.
Let me finish.
Okay.
He lay defeated, pacified, and alive. This is a noble victory. You've done very well, Rose. All of you. And I am absolutely dying to hear what happened, as I missed the very end of that and probably didn't catch the recap that you did, Thorn. And Thorn just kind of sheepishly waves at her like, yeah, maybe not.
Well, then he gets to explain the whole thing again.
That's
Congratulations.
fair. Who was the one that dispelled the thing?
Hmm?
That was Aerith, right?
The obelisk, yeah. After
Okay.
a couple attempts.
Okay.
No,
I just
definitely
wanted
got
to-
it on the first try. Yep.
Was it? No, you said it was like the 6th try.
Just tell her it was the first try. Makes him look better.
Taz is standing there between the two of you, and she just smiles. It's good to be home. All right. Where are we going next? What is the next job?
Well, about that.
The heart of the enemy.
Yes. So. Okay, so first things first. Apparently, the thorn wall that we've had some difficulty with, and was surrounding Astrazalian. Didn't really know how to deal with that. Well, now it's also on fire.
All right, that's even less knowing how to deal with that. But
Right?
doesn't really
So-
change much, as we didn't know how to deal with it
Exactly.
in the first place.
Do you
So
think
we
if I summon
decided
a
not
rainstorm,
to.
it puts it out?
Probably not. It's probably magical fire.
You don't
Magical water.
You don't know, he says.
You
Go ahead,
could.
throw some rain at it.
Okay, well then the fire would be out, but then the thorn part is still
But it was
unless
on.
that
It burnt
burned
it away.
down.
It burned it away, yes. I like it.
Sure. Or then it's just a thorn wall again. But
Would you rather have a burning thorn wall or just a thorn wall?
I mean,
I still
Neither.
like the idea of hacking my way through the thickest part of it, but I'm just an idiot, so.
Considering we're gonna skydive, I don't really think it matters to us, right?
What was that word he just said?
so
Skydiving? Oh, that's our plan.
so we decided that since we don't know how to deal with that, and now we doubly don't know how to deal with that, so that we just don't deal with it.
Circumvent the
this what we
problem entirely.
Did with, so did this work with the obelisk? Is that why we're doing this?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
Okay.
most
well,
kind of,
it's good to know
We
that our
think it
plan
worked with the
there.
obelisk.
right? I sure
It
sent it
definitely
over
got
there.
teleported.
I assume it hit something.
All right. Well, it only takes a moment for me to transform, so we can teleport me as I am, and then while we're falling, I know I've seen Oni capable of flight. You have your broom, and you can fly. Do we have a way of ending the fall adequately?
Well, I won't be flying.
Feather falling.
Only
You're
gestures to
actually-
Aerith.
It's not flying, it's falling with
With
style.
style.
Aerith is
Yeah.
our ticket in.
Earth will
Alright.
prevent everyone from splattering across the ground, except for me. But it's going to be on purpose splattering.
I think Featherfall would still apply.
Well, then
And
don't
work out
cast
just
it on
fine.
me.
Why not? It gives
'Cause
you
I
more hit
want-
points.
No, I want to fall though. That's the whole point.
You're still falling with
Remember?
Featherfall.
No, but
No! I want to be splattered across the pavement.
the impact. That's the. I thought that we talked about that. That was the whole point.
We did talk about that. There was a polymorph, Tyrannosaurus Rose.
Right. I'm gonna be a dinosaur and smash through her ceiling.
That's even if the teleport actually puts us in the right spot, too.
Well, it better.
Okay, what if 3 miles above? That way we can kind of like maneuver.
Taz looks up at
It's
the
gonna take a
kind
long time to fall.
of orange purple sky of the autumn. I don't even know what to call it. Autumn veil. I don't want to call it Dale, but the veil of the Feywild with the sun setting just on the horizon. Do we even know how high up it goes? What if
Only one way to find out.
I've heard
Hopefully less than 2 miles.
legends of some dragons that managed to fly so high they left all of the world entirely.
Do you think we need to go up that high?
No, I don't want to go up that high. I'm concerned about going up that high. Thorn nods. It's good to have you back, Taz. Voice of reason.
What if? Hold on. What if we go just above the cloud line? Just above the cloud line. That way we burst through the cloud line, and it'd just be cooler.
Okay.
The way you
See-
the way you said "hold on" just made me think of that dude arguing about the Wicked Witch of the East.
Hold up.
Little sister, a princess.
Okay, I do have one question though.
East, bro.
So with Featherfall, you fall a certain amount per 6 seconds, 60 feet per round, for a minute. So that's like I don't know math. However many that
60
is.
It's 360 feet per minute. Falling, if you trigger it as soon as you end the teleport,
You guys be up there, and then
you're
it'll
going to be
run
falling
out.
for 30 minutes. Just so
Yeah.
you know.
So maybe
Yeah.
would you be able to set it off like right before you guys hit the ground?
You gotta do a halo right here. So what's happening? The high altitude, low open.
Exactly. Yep. You're going to have to drop in and then pop the chute close enough to
Yeah.
land, because
Drop
even
hot.
600 feet is still going to be a minute of falling at Featherfall.
Right,
And
that's
I will
just
say,
when that
2
runs
miles
out.
is 10,500 feet.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of feet.
Can you activate Featherfall when above 500 feet? That way it can shoot.
We also only get a minute of Featherfall.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Is like even if you popped it and then you guys would be falling for too
Well,
long,
it says-
and then it would stop.
Let's see. Oh, it does say before the spell ends,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
You have to reach it
Oh.
before it ends.
Wow, I never noticed that little caveat. Interesting.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Never mind. Do that last second. Or not last second.
Yeah.
within a good time.
Literally last second. What's the worst that could happen?
All right. So, if that's going to be the case, then
I'll do it the last second, so right before we hit the ground and break our knees.
Exactly.
Well, here's the thing. We have Tav secured now. You were kind of a rogue element. We can
Definitely
kind of use
helps.
that to our advantage. Yeah, we don't have to especially for Rose, immediately be falling. They can be on your shoulders while you're in your dragon form, and they
Right.
can kind of position where they want to be, and then go splat.
Because even if we can't teleport in, we could teleport in above, and then you can bring us in theory.
I could carry 3 of you.
Yeah, no, this is mainly for Rose and Takashi, because they're the ones who don't have.
Flight of their
and
own.
Thorn, I
Yeah.
suppose.
I just
Thorn,
kind of
I
assumed
suppose.
Thorn's going to be on you.
Yeah.
I figured you guys are kind of a package deal, you know. He told us he was a dragon knight, and that sounded pretty rad.
She
He-
looks at you and looks over. Oh, did he?
Well,
Well, I.
He said he can ride the dragon.
oh yeah.
He was actually
Also
quite
on the
marvelous
battlefield.
yesterday. It was. You were very inspiring, Thorn. He kind of he blushes, and you see him start to blush, and then as he realizes he's blushing, he leans into it, and his whole face just turns red like a comic, as a changeling. And he's like, "Yeah, thanks, Taz." She just smiles.
I wish we had a giant radio we could strap ourselves and we can blast music as we fall down.
I know thaumaturgy. It's
I
one
was
of my
gonna
most
say,
favorite
there's-
spells.
Flight of the Bumblebee.
What about Thunderstruck? Just play that as you're coming down.
So that's our
All of
plan
his
so
plans.
far.
All right. Well, it does sound a little bit more thought out than I originally heard or thought when I heard skydive. So, okay.
It is good we had this conversation, though, because we might have all been assuming Featherfall was a little bit more, I guess.
Yeah.
Go for a minute and then it wears off and you just drop.
Imagine how rough that would be on your stomach to yo-yo. It wears off, you all free fall in the air, does it again, and you.
Right?
Oh.
Ugh.
That second one would get me.
Little-
I'd be able to hold it
little
through the
sick.
first, and then after that minute, I'd be done.
Nope.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, discussing this, Aerith, you know it's going to be a judgment call for you. You're going to have to.
Please
decide-
time it correctly. Please
Right, don't
time
fuck it up.
correctly.
You also are going to have to know that Rose is going to be in free fall, not being hit by it, and they may hit the ground a minute or two before you, depending on how long you spend in the air, which
So,
could be
Can I
problematic.
gonna do it
can I
literal
help,
last minute.
Can I help Aerith time the activation? All right, 600 feet, 500 feet.
As you
400
fall
feet.
for 9,000 feet, depending on what happens during that time, sure, if you're capable
Yeah,
of it.
Yeah, I mean,
You guys are in
have
like
to
full like
yell at me
hands
now.
held star formation together, and then sure. But if something happens, and you
Titani's
guys gotta
gonna have
tumble in-
AA guns waiting for us.
or I could just have like, yeah, just grab Aerith while we fall. Just have him like.
How long does it take to fall 9,000 feet? Approximately 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So you'll have like a split second to tell him when
It's
to
gonna
do
be
it.
5 rounds of
gravity
falling.
could be a different situation here in the.
Let's just assume not, because that makes
to
things
drop
complicated.
it seems to be 9.8 meters per second.
Oh, I could use my rope of climbing to tie everyone close together. That way, when it's time to pop it, everyone's like in range.
Another great idea. All right. See, the more we discuss it ahead of time, the more planning we do, the less can go horribly awry.
Uh-huh.
So,
Worst case scenario, I'll just activate Ghost Step and I'll take half damage.
You'll just
Alright.
fall through the earth
He's like, hey guys, I'm gone.
into the center of the earth, and you pop back in. You're like, whoop.
Well, he
Just
could
go-
tell us
Well, if we
the
land on the
is
roof-
actually flat or not.
he comes through the bottom and looks up, and there's just like stalactites hanging from this big stone that he's. Huh.
I
falling
might
into.
have gone a little too far.
Ford wasn't wrong. Interesting.
But if we hit the roof, I can like immediately go through it and be like, haha, I'm inside.
Alright,
Actually,
well,
would I still have momentum or no?
with the ghost step?
Because I can go through objects, but I can also travel through objects at my own pace. So how would that work with falling?
Through the earth. as
Would I
well.
still take damage?
You maintain your momentum, you become incorporeal. You have the ability to still move, so it's kind of like your belief in the ground being solid keeps the ground solid in that, like, why don't ghosts fall through the floor kind of way. But you would maintain your momentum. So if you turned ghostly and believed the ground to be the ground, then you would hit the ground, take half damage. But if you turned ghostly and wanted to pass through the ground,
Just rocket through.
Sure could.
you definitely have that capability.
What if I believe the ground is a slide? Like a U slide, so it comes down and comes back up.
You just go hurl
When
it
I
into
go
the
down
atmosphere
inside
because
the-
you're incorporeal now. There's no air resistance. You just keep going indefinitely.
Forever.
I mean, it's only for one turn.
So 6 seconds.
Oh man.
Well, it's until the start of my next turn.
Yeah, it would.
Let's hope it doesn't happen. Let's hope that doesn't happen. I don't want to find out.
Let's hope not.
I somehow end up in Titania's vault.
Okay, you would be hitting the ground, going approximately 100 miles an hour.
That's fast.
That's
Terminal
pretty fast.
velocity of a human being weighing about 250, which that's high end because Ken is. I was just shooting for that with your armor and your larger form. Not calling you fat.
He's calling you fat.
He's calling you fat. It's all the chocolate Mia got you hooked on. But that's how fast you're going, just so that you have some like personal gauge. You're going faster than highway speeds.
Straight into
I
the
can
ground.
drink that.
I've done 100 on a highway for like
All
a
right.
second.
The highest I've ever hit was 130, and I did it in my Prius, and I did not think my Prius was going to hold together.
Man, that's it's terrifying that we could survive that as our
Right?
character.
Right?
Like a car crash 130, I could survive that.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It would honestly
You
not
just
even do half my hit points.
After a car crash, you just kick the door open.
You're
step
like,
out,
I'm fine.
Dust
stretch your
yourself
back.
off, like,
Right.
that's still got
Ah,
it.
shit.
So,
I'm
Twinge a
solid.
little bit.
Just be all like,
36.
will my coverage cover this?
Yeah, it's freaking crazy. High level D&D, it starts to the stuff
Right,
that you're
a little
capable
crazy.
of doing. Yeah, well, it's not even that, but it like I've said to, in previous games, it's like there's a reason that this level of power doesn't maintain itself when you're not using it. It's kind of like you got to keep that blade sharp, and if you don't, it dulls itself pretty quickly down to about level 10, maybe level 13. The strongest practitioners of magic in the country can cast level 7 spells, teleport, stuff like that. 8th and 9th level, that's beyond most mortals that have ever walked, except for a few that touch it for a moment and then lose it. Nicholas even had that exact thing happen to him, as he had his skills had decayed over the years that he spent in his retirement. Same with Hadrian. So
Yeah.
I like
it
how
seems ridiculous, but yeah.
we're pretty much all we have literal demigods, and the other ones are like come with
Okay.
power of demigods.
We're definitely getting there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, wait till we actually interact with normal people, and they're all just terrified of us.
Normal people. Do you guys not remember the bandits that attacked you guys that tried to mug Ken and Mia? Oh my god. They got completely obliterated.
Splattered.
They just got disintegrated by that acid.
Or the bandits that tried to...
I guess no, it was Mia and it wasn't Ken yet. No, it was Chad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah!
So I remember Ken was the one that arrested everybody because that night you both rolled ones getting through the
Right.
city.
Yeah, I
Both-
was escorting
The nobleman.
tattoo.
Yeah,
tattoo
Lorena.
artist, Lorena
Yeah.
and
Manon back.
Manon. Yep. They were mugging a lady, and I'm like, you guys decide to mug someone when I am intoxicated.
I was having a good night, dang it.
Right? And then Mia definitely murdered a bunch of people.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I feel like even like normal good people would be terrified of us if they saw us do like half
Probably.
the stuff we do.
Why a lot of people don't confront you anymore. They just get out of your way. You guys walk with power that radiates off of you. Ken is literally like armored in pure magical armor that like if we had particle effects on these tokens, your armor would be giving off little like shining particle effects. It's so magical. Same with a lot of your equipment. Eodos walked through most of this campaign with an entire ghostly outfit on as he collected all of the ghostly shards from the Pirate Isles. Like,
Hell yeah.
you guys cut an image when you walk into town. They're not like, oh, they're here to trade goods. People go, man, I really hope this city exists tomorrow.
The guards are like, don't look at them, don't look at them.
I
Don't
hope
look at them.
these were good guys.
What has happened that they are here?
Halt!
Yeah.
Who goes there? Please be good. Please be good. Please be good. Please be good.
It's like that comic I saw where someone's like, hey, what was that noise? And the other guy's like, stop! Dude, we didn't hear any noise. And he's like, dude, don't you know if there's adventurers here? You better hope that they're not kill hobos, otherwise we're dead. So just pretend you didn't hear them.
I'm so glad you guys are
None
not
of your
murder
shit-
hobos. It's so awesome. It would be
Right?
so complicated. Like, I could actually have ones like that. I've had that exact same thing happen when you guys assaulted the cultist camp at the base of the mountain, and Oni was like infiltrating through and saw that one guy who was just like sleeping and got the shit kicked out of him back in the bed, and then was like, I'm just gonna go back to sleep. you know, it's sometimes they do decide, man, it'd be really cool if I wasn't just a guy, but I'm just a guy, so I'm gonna take a nap.
Just go to
I
bed.
don't have to die today.
I don't have to,
Yeah.
huh?
Huh.
All right, so we know
Ready?
that as we teleport, we're going to maintain our relative position around each other. So, anybody that wishes to grab on, do so. When should I... What do you want me to do? What should we do? Are we following you in? If I go dragon, I'm going to be very obvious. Should I just fall with you all?
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be pretty obvious. I hope either way.
Well,
There's no
I'm not
element
going to
of
fit
surprise.
through the front door. I don't.
We're not going through the front door.
We're going through the city.
Fair. What if we miss?
Oh, we're 100%.
We can glide. I feel like we could probably glide our way over there pretty
Right. At that
okay.
I mean, at that point, yeah, like we can readjust You're gonna
Okay.
have the people who can't fly.
But you want both of us to be there with you.
If you want to.
She kind of matches your gaze. This is the only place I want to be. Right now, problems on the material be damned. Pretender and his issues, whatever's going on with Namer. Can wait.
It's fine. Don't. It's
Say
fine.
what happened on
Nope.
the material?
She looks at you.
Not something we need to worry about right now.
It isn't anything we can do anything about at the moment.
But,
Pretender, Otaari, Leocanis, and Namer have returned to the peak. And Namer... There's something wrong with him. I do not know the
He'll be
details,
okay.
and when we have time, I will fill you in.
Very well.
She kind of like looks at you, and you see a very chagrined look on her face. You get the idea that she wasn't supposed to leave.
Yeah.
Just
They're
one more
not gonna be
reason
happy.
we need to go, like, take care of this relatively smoothly.
Right?
Just
All right,
Tell
airdrop us
them
in. Let's go.
it was an emergency.
In and out, 10 minute to tiny adventure.
Hell yeah.
I do
Right?
have this though, and she reaches into her coat and pulls out 1 diamond.
Okay.
All right, who
Alright,
wants
we
to
go-
die?
Yeah, I was gonna say that. We got one death.
She
wants
holds
this
it out.
As a treat.
Kind of, you see
I
it
believe-
glitter in her hand. It's a gift from Eleuthera. He says what they say to make it count.
Okay, Aerith, you've reloaded yours already.
Okay.
Alright, whose turn is it to die? Ken, you've already died. Rose, you just died. I think Aerith, you died. Alright, Oni or me? Let's rock, paper, scissors.
Can we? As soon as you say that, Rose.
assume that it's gonna be one of you two.
Also, as soon as you started saying that, Rose started like frantically waving their hands and then just like facepalmed.
Yes. How about nobody dies and we all live to see tomorrow? And
It's just a joke. We all have to have a good laugh.
I'm
You gotta laugh in the face of death.
Rose just
Rose.
didn't want Taz to know that they died.
Oh,
It was a
'Cause she
joke.
was
I
not
didn't
aware.
say
that
it
is
was
fair.
a joke. I was joking. I wasn't serious at all. No
Roll
one's
me
ever
a
died.
deception check.
Aerith is
Takashi.
just like, it wasn't a joke. It wasn't a joke.
It could have been. I could have been
Rose
talking about
has never
earlier.
died.
Roll
Rose
a
will
persuasion
never
check,
die.
Deception. I'm good at deception.
Good.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
Look at you.
Aerith, roll me a persuasion. I don't think you can beat that.
No, I'm not gonna be able to beat that. My persuasion is
Kind of like her brow furrows. She
Nah.
looks at you, Takashi. She looks at Aerith. She puts both of her hands in the air. We can discuss everything that happened tomorrow, or even tonight. But for now, I am just happy that you are all healthy and hale, and that we are ready to start this next part of our attack.
Yeah,
Should be
dying
the last
doesn't
one.
count unless it sticks, you know?
Exactly.
Exactly.
Alright.
And with all hope, this will be the end of it.
I did want to let you know I had to bring Bastille back. It seemed
Oh.
wiser to get him off of that mountaintop rather than...
Well, okay, no, yeah, that's good. That way we don't have to go back there to finish this all up. If we leave him with Veronestra, she should be able to protect him, especially while Titania's busy.
He's with Fed right now in Sarnau.
And you left him in Sarnau.
I
Okay.
did. I did not want to bring him here. I had to stop
Okay.
at Sarnau, and I had him in my arms and said, Fed, help! And then Fed said, got him. And I teleported away. And then I emerged within some stone. and
Should
hurt,
be okay.
And then I
Oh,
got here.
good.
Yes, it was a bit of a mess,
Uh,
mishap off the bat.
well,
but I made it in
okay.
the end.
Maybe good thing you left him. That may have killed him.
Right. See, thinking things through, not even
Okay.
realizing it. But okay, I think that's everything. I
Okay.
think
I will
we're now
ask,
ready.
when do you want me to activate my thunderstorm? Like immediately as we get in the air, or as we get closer? Because it would be cool if you do thaumaturgy, play Thunderstruck as a thunderstorm starts.
How long does it last?
An hour.
Or, I guess I don't see why not.
I hope it doesn't take us an entire hour, so I'm definitely down to do it
Yeah.
right at the start.
Better not, because I'll be there in 30 seconds. And I'm sure I could use some backup.
All right, you play Thunderstruck. I'll play the thunderstorm.
Understood. I think I roughly remember how it goes. All right.
How
Were
it's
you
the
going
Mega
to
Mind
secure
thing.
us secure us together?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. You take out the rope of climbing, and it's 60 feet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So there's 7 of you.
Not including me, I guess, or Taz or Thorn.
Well, if they're riding all the way down, then they should stay with the group to be within range of Featherfall, just in
Yeah,
case,
but
right?
maybe not tied together, unless you want to. I don't think you can tie Taz to you. She'll be a dragon.
But that was what I was asking. Do you want me to become a dragon? She's like, everyone's grouping their hands together. You're getting, it's like, all right, what am I doing?
Well, I thought so. I thought you were gonna be a dragon. As soon as we're
Right.
there, in case that we need to readjust, in case I'm off a little. And then follow them down, or
All right.
fall, or.
Okay,
as well.
then. Over here, it's Dawn. And she kind of takes her arm and wraps it around him, and he wraps his arm around her. What is this?
And I'm coming with you too.
4 of you.
I'm coming with her too.
Okay. The 4 of you rope yourselves together, kind of surrounding them lightly so that they kind of fall down. Well, however you guys really want to arrange yourself is fine. You secure with the rope of climbing. Can roll me a... Actually, hold on, let me look at the rope.
And we could just use normal rope as well.
Well, that's what I want, because I know it's magical, so I want to see if it can assist you with securing you guys together.
Maybe.
Okay. Okay, so roll me a survival check at advantage, Ken.
All right.
Okay. You, using the command word, use it to kind of cinch yourselves together, hooking it through the almost carabiner-like hook you have built into your armor for just this purpose, because you guys have to do this a lot. You wrap it around Oni, Aerith, Takashi, kind of pull all 4 of you together. And as you prepare here within the atrium of Veranestra's estate, she's going to kind of step out, seeing all of you getting ready to cast. I wish you all the luck that the Feywild has to offer. Set us free from this tyranny and on to a better path for the future.
That's what we do, isn't it?
She smiles. I never thought that this day would come. I thought you were a fool, and, well, you had a good heart. I thought it was just another rotation of the wheel.
I feel like you've already said this to me before, and it was just as slightly cutting the first time.
I mean, she's not wrong. You are sometimes a bit of a fool.
I just say it
Thank
because
you.
I want you to recognize how far you have come, and how far I, someone who, well, not your enemy, was not your friend. I've recognized how far you come.
I thought we were friends.
She smiles at you. We are now, my dear. See us through this, and let's see if the woman I was still feels the same, though I think she does.
And we'll get dinner after, and gives her a wink.
She just smiles and kind of like her head turns ever so slightly away, just a little bit playing the shy, and you hear, are we going any time? Or are we going to just stand here holding hands? You cast teleport?
Yep.
Okay. Roll me a d100.
Just gonna say, here's
Okay.
everyone's fate pellet. Take your fate pellets first.
Oh, yes, right. Everybody takes a fate pellet.
Fey pellet.
I have
Just-
6 left, so
And it's 5 temporary,
10 temporary.
10 temporary.
10 temporary.
And resistance to necrotic damage as long as the effect is active. As you cast out the spell at Taz's cutting glare, with a little bit of a smirk at her cheek.
Does Taz or Thorin want one?
Sure. They'll take one if you've got extras.
I have 6, so only one of them gets an extra one.
Thorn immediately tells you to give it to Taz.
Alright, here you go, Taz.
All right,
Sorry
so
for
she's
shooting you.
Sorry for shooting.
So under the bridge, it has been years now, Takashi, and you have proven yourself a stalwart ally. Teleport. Roll me a d100. Unless you want to do that
Oh,
next
good.
time. I was going
No.
to do the drop. Okay. You guys feel as the world around you gets sucked away, nothingness is everything, and then you expand into that nothingness and take 13 force damage. Roll me another d100.
You know, I'm glad we have that shield.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter now, though, because that goes first.
Yep, that was the
Yep.
first.
I mean, I'll take it,
That's
though.
fine. Oh no.
Oh, no.
This is going poorly.
Oh.
Oh,
Everybody
Lordy.
takes 24 force damage.
Oh.
Roll me another d100.
Uh-huh.
How much damage?
24.
Yikes.
Please? That's better.
There you go.
Why are you
You
trying
guys-
to kill us
Okay.
already?
Feel
Oh,
that
no.
expanse into nothingness, and your bones crunch, and then you feel as the magic once again grabs you and pulls you back into that nothingness and tries to re-expand you out again. But again, it's like you're trying to walk into a mountain, and there's no space for you. You feel your bones crushed into yourselves, and you have to fight it. And then once again, that sucking feeling, and then rushing air, nothing but the wind around you as you are falling. 4 of you linked together. Rose, Taz, and Thorn all roll dex strength saving throws to maintain hold on each other. It's not particularly high as you are, already holding on to each other, but roll me a strength save.
And that's fine if I fail it. Then I'll just start the plan early.
That was a really rough start.
Yeah.
That was a bit of a rough start.
And it's only getting better.
And as you begin to fall, you hear, dun, dun. I was going to do the guitar, but I don't know the guitar as well as I should. All I know is that part of Thunderstruck.
And then also,
Uh,
as I fall, can I push Thorn to give him advantage towards Taz?
Give him advantage. Why would I?
Like shove off of him towards her.
Yeah. All right.
At least
You
bring him
kind of,
above
like-
a 10.
You yank on Thorn as you feel his fingers start to slip and pull him to Taz as you let go of her grip. And you see her twist and kind of grab him, and as she rolls through the air, her entire form emerges out into that of a massive copper dragon. Thorn kind of scrambles up, and you see him grab onto one of her like back spines as she stops seemingly in the air, her wings catching the wind around her, and the rest of you going into free fall. The first 6 seconds are happening right now. What are you doing?
Let's ascertain where we're at in the air first thing foremost.
Okay,
Where are we in I guess in relation to
Right.
Astrazalian?
Astrazalia.
roll me a perception check. Anybody that wants to, honestly.
Flash of genius.
Hey, Earth, you want to heal us all really quick?
With what? I can only heal one person at a time.
I mean, you got plenty of time. We're falling for a while.
Like
By plenty of time, he means a couple of rounds.
right. 6
Alright.
seconds before you should probably pull the trigger.
You kind of feel and hear that of Taz's wings expand above you. You're still in cloud covering, these golden, almost red. No, actually, here it would be like a golden, whitish color, like the puffiest cumulonimbus clouds you've ever seen. And then as you emerge out, the cloud layer above you falls away, and you twist your bodies in order to see below you. The four of you kind of falling in that four-pointed star formation, holding on to each other and tethered by the ropes. Can everyone make me strength saving throws at advantage? Rose, what are you doing?
I'm gonna die.
I am going to, same as everybody, kind of assess where we are, but
Okay.
I'm good to keep falling
Ignore
because
that
that's part of the plan.
+1.
Right. So as you kind of go into a tumble and a free fall, are you going, you have two choices here. You can expand out your body and attempt to slow yourself, which is what your party is doing, as they're kind of spread out in a formation at the moment, or you could free dive and go faster.
Depends on what I see.
Okay. Roll me a perception.
Am I
check.
in the right place?
Oh, you did
So-
roll it. Okay.
Yeah.
You poof out from the clouds just behind your friends, and as you look down past them, you see the city of Astrazalian below you. The wide rivers and kind of tiered lakes of the city falling away, and you guys are right about here.
That's not too bad.
Oh.
It's not too bad. Yeah.
Where
You're
was
heading
the-
down
where
towards-
was your palace? Was it this one?
It was this
No,
one
I think
right
it's
here.
this one.
Okay, it was.
Yeah.
You can see the large spires of the palace stretching up 200 feet off of the ground below you, but still thousands of feet away as you all fall. Second round, what are you doing?
Let's get the thunderstorm up in here.
Okay. Takashi lets go with one hand and kind of relies on the rope cinching him together to reach down and pop the cork off of the top of the gourd. And as he does, the water trickles out and then sprays up, caught by the wind and the lack of, mass that's causing it to fall as fast as you are. It spreads out and the clouds darken, and as you fall, you hear, and then you begin to hear as Tazmakella brings the saw and thaumaturgically enhances her voice and roars, and then for flavor, she's gonna actually start doing Thunderstruck.
Yeah.
As you all fall, the lightning crackling behind you, the city below seems to fall from this kind of gentle mid to late day's light into darkness, shadow. You see, actually you wouldn't see much from here. You keep falling. Third round.
Yeah.
What you guys doing?
I want to get myself heading towards the tower.
Okay. You
Ugh.
okay, make me an athletics check to attempt to change your trajectory in air.
Athletics.
Because you kind of have to, in order to glide, you have to hold your body at an angle in order to let the wind push you in that direction. You focus in on the palace and, start to try to maneuver through the air, but every time you've been airborne, you either had magic to propel you or wings. And as you like will yourself forward, you go into a little bit of a tumble free fall and slow down. Ken, you look over your shoulder as Rose starts to just tumble through the air before like spreading their limbs out and flipping back over into that like belly flop fall. They're a little bit off from where you are, but more towards this way than towards the palace. Anybody else doing anything in third round?
I want to pop a cure wounds real quick, because
Okay.
no telling.
How hard is it to drink a potion while in free fall?
You'd roll for it.
Nah, I'm gonna just do this. Just go ahead and just. Okay.
Okay. You kind of doing that same move as Takashi and leaning one half of your weight onto the rope that secures you. You reach up with your offhand and press your chest, activating the healing or cure wounds spell loaded within your armor, and it reinvigorates you.
Alright, feeling a little better. I guess I'm going to try to keep track of timing for Eris Featherfall.
Okay. You guys continue to fall. As you fall hundreds of feet, the speed kind of growing faster than you've ever moved, ever flown. Ken, there's something familiar about the feeling. Like a memory of a memory or a dream. But it's gone. You continue to fall. Rose, what are you doing? You gonna try again?
Yeah, as long as I still have time.
You are. You still have time.
Okay.
Roll me another
Guess
athletics
I-
check.
Try to be over.
Okay. You once again try to rush yourself towards where the palace is, but as you do, the wind cuts you at a weird angle and you spin. You spin around to see Taz diving down towards you in free fall. Thorn holding on to like the back of her neck, like right above where the shoulders are. And they're both watching you very cautiously. Is there anything else anybody
Can I
else
use
is doing?
second wind so I can heal without having to worry about missing a potion?
Sure, absolutely. You-
Just
1d10 plus 10. Hey,
like
18. I will take that.
Resure up your grip on Ken's offhand that he had taken for his cure wounds and you'd used to pop your gourd. You take a deep breath and feel as that little bit of tightness in your chest from the spell is popped loose.
It's a good call, actually. Oni's gonna do the same.
All right. Oni
How
does
far
the
up
same.
are we?
Roll me an intelligence check.
Oh, just flat. Yeah, I'm sure I'll do great. Hey.
Okay, 18. 18 is really good. You're about a little over a mile, and you know that because you can see the top of the tower coming into view. The top parapet has this like balcony that goes around the entire side, this big glass door, and as you're falling, still about a mile from the top of that tower, you see as a single tall figure, female, stands out on the terrace and stares up at where your party falls.
I
And
take
turns
a pot
around.
out of her.
If you want to let go both your hands,
Hmm.
and rely entirely on the rope.
You know what? It would be funny.
You guys see as Takashi puts his weight into the rope itself, drawing his bow off of his back and still kind of in that falling stance. Make me an attack roll.
Can I make an argument for advantage? Because she's not going to expect it.
She sees you coming because you're in her domain.
Also, really fucking far away.
You're really, really, really far away. I'd say it's just a flat roll.
Let's turn off sharpshooter. And longbow.
34. All right. You see as your arrow across the long mile, it twists and turns. You track it. You follow, and she turns around. Bam! It slams into her back. She stands to her full height.
Oh man, she is not gonna like that.
You see a flash of red shoot from her fingertips into the sky. It grows closer and closer and closer.
Yep.
And then right as it's heading towards you, you twist out of the way and it flies off into the ether above you. Having released her spell, though, she continues going back into her... what did I call it? Penthouse. Closes the glass doors behind her.
Are Tez and Thorn okay?
You turn around. It doesn't look like it hit them either. It looks like
Okay.
she rolled a 2 on her attack roll. It didn't hit anybody. Yeah, because of the distance, she had disadvantage. But it's about sending a message, you know?
I'm about to send a fucking message.
Did you want me to roll damage or no?
Yeah, roll me damage. I had forgotten to do that. I also need you to roll me a d20.
That is fair. Don't worry, guys. If I do get separated, I can take half damage.
You're
Ah,
fine.
As you twist out of the way, you feel that rope around your side of the waist there. The knot gets pulled loose, and you guys are no longer in a circle. You are now in a line, and you have to make me a dexterity saving throw to grab your end of the rope and not be completely separated. Takashi. Okay. You snap down and kind of hold onto that end. The four of you fan out from this like rough circle into a line across the sky as you continue to fall. 4,000 feet. 3,000 feet.
Can I reach up towards Taz and try to get her to redirect me? Because I'm still not going the right way.
Okay. You reach up towards her. Do you shout to her? How do you communicate?
How far away
Probably
from
about
me?
40 feet or so above you.
Okay,
She's diving faster than you're falling.
Yeah, I'll use message then. Just, Taz, redirect me. I need to hit the tower.
Crash
you
her
hear,
penthouse.
you're going to be separated from everybody.
That's what it is.
Okay. Roll me a persuasion check. But they roll so bad against you. I just want them to resist your whims. But you're
Rose
so
is
whimsical.
legitimately doing a Say 9/11. It is actually happening.
I didn't want to say it, but that's the only thing that my brain can think of is I want to hit the tower like that.
Please don't get me demonetized.
Okay.
I
T-Rex,
that's why I didn't say
T-Rexes
anything.
can't melt steel beams, Rose.
As Taz dives down, you feel this as she catches beneath you. I can't redirect you. And then she reaches up and she grabs you. But I can throw you! And just hurls you out at a horizontal angle. Because even with a natural
Good enough.
1, that's a 17, or a 26 technically,
Yep.
against her natural 1 on her wisdom save against
We
you.
both rolled natural ones.
Yep. And
Fair.
then, oh god. The thorn that lives in my mind has to tell himself that he needs Featherfall to survive this, to not ask Taz to just huck him after you.
I
Roll
mean,
me
it's up
a
to him, I
D20, Rose.
guess.
Because you have several towers here in front of you, and you do have probably about 500 lateral feet to cross before... I think it's that. Yeah, it's 500 or 600. Okay. You do know that there are three towers. Hers is
Mhm.
the main center one. That's the one
Yeah,
that
I wanna hit the
Takashi. I know
main
that's the one
one.
you're aiming for. I know. I get it. I know. As you feel yourself redirected, you are made ballistic. This missile of rose through the air. You kind of spin around just long enough to see behind you as your friends become dots in the distance, now spread out into this line, one end of rope flapping in the breeze. You see Taz and Thorn twist in the air and then go back into another free fall dive to try to catch up to them. What are you doing? What's everybody doing? I'll start with Rose.
I guess how far away from me now are they?
About 100 or so feet behind you, and you're all falling at roughly the same rate.
Okay.
And you're about
Yeah, how
3 or
far from the
4,000 above the towers and about 400 feet laterally from the towers.
Okay. I'm gonna burn another higher level spell, but I'm gonna do it.
Cool, cool.
Alright. I am going to distance spell,
Okay.
and I'm going to cast scatter
Oh.
to get everybody close, or like where we need to be. So I can do up to 240 doubled, or
Okay.
120 doubled to 240.
Okay. But still, okay. I see what you're doing. Okay. All
Right.
right. So air quivers
So all
around
5
up
of
to
us except for Taz and Thorn.
Okay. All right. So no Taz and Thorn, but the other two. Okay. That's the others. Okay. Got it. Okay. As you twist around, you see them in the distance. You kind of gather your magical power together, and you twist it with that little bit of innate, just sheer force of will that you bring to the battlefield, and you toss it out at them. Each of you feel as Rose's magic washes over you, and no better than to resist. You trust Rose. At least I assume you do.
I hope so.
You feel yourself kind of pulled down into that nothingness space. All of you combined together and then once again emerged at that same height, still falling at that same distance, but now you are falling right about here, right over the bridge. You see water on either side of you, these massive fountains that are spraying a display of colored lights and water all up around you, growing closer and closer and closer. You've got about half a mile of falling left, about 2,500 feet. As you teleport, you hear another roar from behind you and another thaumaturgically enhanced. I don't know. I was immediately embarrassed, so I'm not going to try.
Just play it in the background for myself.
Right.
It's fun.
Yeah, it's there in your heads. As the 4 of you reemerge in this space and take in your new target, what are you guys doing? Are you just in free fall, waiting for the moment?
As she peeks her head out again.
As you get closer and closer to the tower, the curtains seem to be drawn and the doors are now shut.
She's like, I don't want to get shot in the back again. Free falling,
Yes.
I think.
Anything for...
Hopefully, try to get closer towards the tower.
Yeah, I know you're ballistic. I'm gonna get to you in a second.
Yeah, no, I
Oh.
mean, I'm saying they should probably try to get closer too.
Can Oni negate fall damage by summoning his clone and immediately teleporting to it?
No, because it's 2 bonus actions, so it does take a round. And I don't think he can summon it that far away.
Yeah, it's got to be within 15 feet to summon it.
Gotcha.
But
Okay. So, Ken, is you're helping Aerith, right?
Yes.
Okay, Aerith. Make me an intelligence check at advantage as you are plummeting towards the ground to dictate when you think you need to pop Featherfall.
Oh no.
11.
Flash of Genius?
Okay, 16.
16.
Okay. It helps. All right, Rose, as you see your spell go off, you twist your body through the air, still kind of horizontally ballistic, heading towards the left tower. What are you doing?
Still have time to readjust? Or
I mean,
continue
it
to
really
attempt to?
depends.
Because I'm kind of going to wait until, like... I'm going to wait until the last 100 feet before I polymorph.
Can I help, like, have the group follow Rose? Because I can some of the echo gripping the rope, and both of us using the wings and movement speed kind of direct us a little bit.
Okay, so you're trying to land closer to where Rose is heading?
Yeah, trying to keep us at least in their direction. That way, when they land, they're not split from us for more than like a round or two, maybe.
Okay. Yeah, make me
Like a couple of rudders, basically.
Yeah, make me an athletics check as you summon out the echo at the kind of flapping end of the rope. He grabs it, flying through the air with you, and attempts to pull the rope with you. Okay. How are you changing your momentum, Rose? Because right now you're pretty much ballistic. When you were free fall, you could use your body to adjust it a little bit, but you're already moving at an angle. So without wings or a glider or some sort of magical propeller, like, I don't mean that as a joke. I mean like literally a magical propellant, something. How are you going
We
to
should
try
have
to
got
change
that
your...
ornithopter, dude.
This would be the perfect moment for it.
Right?
It was like it was there for us all along.
I don't know, I'm trying to, like...
Because right
figure
now
out
you
what
will
is
hit her
feasible.
castle, but you're going to hit her left tower
Yeah,
as opposed to her main tower.
right. Can I, like, try to spin, like, to the right? I don't know, I don't really have a lot to do magically or...
Okay.
But
roll me an athletics check. It's pretty high DC because, like I said, you have a lot of momentum already. So
Yeah.
you're trying to counteract that one.
just trying to direct it like a bullet,
Mhm.
kind of.
Curve that bullet, wanted style.
Yeah, exactly.
Just
It's
turn
not
yourself
bad
into
for
a
me.
hollow point. Easy.
16
Right?
isn't bad. You kind of twist your body and attempt to use that sheer force of will to redirect yourself. You're heading kind of... It could be either. You're aiming almost like at that seam, and it'll be up to that last moment to determine. But pretty sure that's the last conscious thought you're going to be able to have before you need to start casting some magic. So
Yeah.
as you all plummet down, Ken, you close your eyes for a moment, reach out together. You open them. You look over at Aerith, who's also doing the math, and give him a nod right as he nods. Featherfall. Rose, what are you doing?
Pull as far as I can and then polymorph.
Okay. You're aiming as far to the right as you can. As you get closer and closer, you down past the top of the terrace, unable to hit the balcony or the penthouse above, but you are going to hit her main tower. Your body into the massive form of a Tyrannosaurus. Again, you hear thermatologically enhanced as the dragon roars above you, still in free dive down to follow you. You slam into the stone wall and take
Okay, maybe
73
taking out-
points of bludgeoning damage.
That's fine. Maybe taking out the whole side of it, I can bring the tower down. That works too. 70. I don't have the
73.
token.
Oh,
So 73.
How funny it would be if Titania was on the exact opposite side of the wall you just broke through.
Okay, like I said, maybe I'll bring the whole tower down with us.
Here,
That'll
goes
work
out.
for me.
Just for right now. Because once we get you guys on the ground, that's our cliffhanger.
No.
I know, but it's 10:15.
Yeah.
Here's hoping we don't have another one of those obelisk scenarios where it's like magically enhanced.
No, she would
You
never
The
do that.
giant T-Rex just bounces off the tower.
slam into the tower and feel the stone crumble out from beneath you. You emerge into an empty space, this kind of like hollow conical area, and fall for about another 30 or so feet. Taking another 8 bludgeoning damage. Oh, you needed the T-Rex, that's fair.
Yeah.
You slam down into the top of what feels like a stone
How-
floor, but you are in
how much was this?
absolute... total is 81.
81 total. Okay.
But it feels flimsy. It's like it's crumbling. And as you have that thought, the ceiling of the ballroom
fine.
below you crumbles away, and you fall another 40 feet,
That's fine. Still got hit points.
taking another 15 bludgeoning damage. And you
Okay.
are now in the middle of the ballroom. And as you stand up as your Tyrannosaurus form, you are not alone. And you were definitely expected. As the personal guard of Titania is all over the place in here, thinking you guys were going to come in through the front door.
Do I squish some of them?
Two of them are actually beneath your feet, squirming. Roll me. Actually, they would have taken that 15 points of damage.
From a dinosaur landing on top of them.
Right. Okay. As you land down on them and you kind of pick yourself up, you realize you landed on two of them. One of them had to jump out of the way, but as he rolled to the ground and drew his weapon, he looks up at you as you take on your full height. Outside, the feather fall was really close. You were only off by about 15 feet. And as you slow your descent, you fall, you hear boom, hit the side of the building. You continue to fall. Rose slams into that second layer, and you guys continue to fall. And there's a moment where they're standing up. You guys are getting closer and closer, and you hear once again the crumbling of stone and a slam as they hit the ground. You're still about 50 feet off the ground as you hear the guards inside begin to shout. The dragon behind you diving down, and then right before you hit the ground, her wings, and you see Thorn barely holding on as the G-forces try to drive him down into the ground. And she stops and lands on the bridge. The four of you falling. Featherfall wears off. A little bit more falling. You take 11 points of bludgeoning damage as you fall about 15 feet and roll onto the bridge. And as you look up at the entrance to the palace, you realize that there are summer soldiers guarding the main front entrance, as well as soldiers on the bridge behind you. Taz situates herself, kind of standing wide along the bridge. Go help them. And that is where we will leave tonight's game. And
Oh,
you
yeah,
are
that's it.
here.
No fall damage. What's slow fall kicking in for Monk? What's good?
You fell for 2 miles and took no damage.
Yeah, we took 11 points of damage right there at the end.
Yep, because it was
God
just a
damn it.
little off. Just a
I
little.
literally lost the amount I recovered with
You
pure
healed back. Yep.
Sadly,
Oh,
I
you
don't have
need-
slow fall yet.
All you needed was 3 levels in Monk, yeah? Well, I guess
Do you get-
probably more to actually get it, but 3 levels would negate the 15.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't have slow fall.
All right.
I will say, hell of an entrance.
Yeah. A little
And
bit.
maybe I made the tower unstable and we could knock it down.
He walked out there and was like, "What is that I'm sensing in the air above me?" And then heard a dragon roar and saw you, and you guys locked eyes and you shot her.
She was like, "What the fuck?"
You got a very easy title for this episode. Aurora. Never forget.
Wah, wah.
Someone's gonna need to write it down for me because I'm gonna forget.
I have a question. Would Rose do an additional 1d8 lightning damage when she stomped on the 2?
Technically, roll me an extra d8, actually, because you didn't really even stomp, you just fell. You slammed into them. But being an ally, you are crackling with electric energy, so it is fair. Damn, okay.
Right? 7 more.
It is fair that would have dealt some damage to the guys out front. Another well thought out plan. Another handful of battle maps that I have no need for. But I much prefer to have the over preparation and you guys roll well enough on the final teleport. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Man, Mia had all the good teleports. Rose's
Right?
teleports are
I
a
do
little
not
hit and
teleport
miss.
well.
It's just a little bit chaotic like her character. It's fine.
Yeah.
Sure.
So good. All right. I have to pee really bad. And we have to heat up some Thanksgiving leftovers because I'm really hungry.
I know.
But that was a lot of fun, and I'm excited. I didn't expect you guys to be one inside.
Here we go.
Yeah, but it's fine. You guys you'll do what you do. I trust you. I believe.
Excited for next week.
Me too.
Right? I don't like cliffhangers.
I know.
I wanna
Especially ones
play.
where you end surrounded by enemies and 40 hit points on your polymorph. But
That's fine. I can drop it and start it again.
I could not believe. I was like, "Come on, Taz, wisdom check. Be smarter than this." Natural 1. God damn it, Taz. That woman
Supports
is
all the bad decisions.
all in. She is your like full enabler. Like
Literal
you
ride or
breathe
die.
the life into her, and she's ride or die for you. Oh man, Panther's not a happy man right now.
He's gonna be so mad at us.
We'll help him afterwards.
Problem for a later us. If
Oh
we
no, that's
survive.
another side quest though.
Well,
I mean,
we see.
is it
There's
another
another one.
I've been mentioning Pratanther, Odaari, and Namur being on a mission for like a year now.
You
I'm
have,
pretty sure
but we
I've
never knew what it was.
No,
see-
that's because he's
see-
Pratanther.
Since she brought Bastille, though, we have no reason to have to go back right now. So we'll get to that one eventually.
And we still
we
have
got-
the
we gotta
golden
go-
door.
That's
Yeah,
the one Oni
I said
votes for. We
eventually.
gotta go through the golden door next.
That's why I said eventually, meaning after we do everything else, and then maybe we'll get back to
I mean, let's be honest. Is Pratanther ever really going to be happy with you guys? I mean,
that.
honestly, accepting, sure. He might think you guys are effective, but I'm not sure happy's like in his repertoire of emotions.
I mean, I
Does
think
he feel happy?
Nicholas met him before. Maybe he's okay with Nicholas.
You knew about him, but you had never met him. You just heard his name
Oh,
when he was a young dragon. Yeah.
His human form, I think. he
Mhm.
met
You
once.
met his
Or
human form.
Paw.
That's what we had
Yes.
established. Yes, you saw it that one time in one of the noble parties.
Mhm.
Hell yeah. Free fall into Astrazalian.
If anything, we just pissed off Titania, which is fantastic.
Oh yeah.
Right?
I
Broke
love
her
it.
tower, shot her, got a nice thunderstorm above her head.
You guys are still
How-
working together.
How structurally unsound is her tower now?
Besides crumbling in.
Good.
But it doesn't seem to be like collapsing under its own weight. It was a pretty big tower, and
What if Kensalon
Chunk.
shows up?
Now, just
Good
a
evening.
heads up. Oni's slow fall was him bonus action trading places with the Echo so that he wasn't tethered.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he would not be able to slow fall.
that's fair. That's fair. You're...
So
Echo just
there's
shows up inside
there's
the
just the
rope.
black and there's just the black and white Oni now. Look, I was here.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Alright. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. Thank you guys so much for joining me, and I'll see you next time.
Yeah, it was a blast. Can't wait to
Yeah.
fight Titania.
Oh,
Right?
Hell yeah, that's
Oh,
gonna be so
God,
much fun.
I'm
I
scared.
know.
We're gonna die.
We're
No,
gonna
I
we
just feel
got it.
bad we weren't at those 10 hit points that Takashi hooked us up with for the necrotic.
and then we get
Right.
nuked.
I mean, Rose
Yeah.
Rose has theirs. Yeah.
Yeah, and Taz and Thorn still have theirs.
I don't, because I took